Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. It is a somewhat cloudy day today, but I hope everyone is doing well. I am excited to get into a bit of Terraria today. I know before stream, I kind of left this on in the background, just doing its thing, while I worked on quite a bit, actually. Hello, 22. Hope you are doing well this morning. I might as well go over some of the stuff. So, last time we got Betsy wings, and we've also done a lot with what we have. But yeah, I kind of sat here this morning. Like, there was a point I did see a corruption key, but it probably despawned because I never went to grab it. But let me just clear this out and kind of go over the plan. So today, I want to work on the fact that we have a lot of specific things we need to do. And one of those things is grinding out a lot of the specific stuff in the Bestiary that we don't have. Such as turtles, devourers. I only got one in this morning so far, but yeah. And, of course, a bunch of other things. So I've decided while we're doing some of those really grindy things, we're gonna read a book. Because I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna try something that I haven't really seen before. So I thought you might enjoy it. Made a cursed Pokemon team on Pokemon Showdown. Nice. It's always nice to be able to do that type of stuff. But yeah, I know the main thing, we still need to find a turtle. Specifically a jungle one. So that if we can get 5 jungle turtles or a normal turtle, that helps us. And actually, if I remember correctly, wasn't there like a, I thought I had a water candle over here, but I guess I moved it. Which, fair, honestly. But we need to keep an eye out for turtles. So what I might end up doing here, we need to keep an eye out. But I should go grab the, because we also killed Daytime Empress yesterday. Well, not yesterday, last Friday. So that's another of the things we managed to do since last time. Kind of want to show off how weird it is. It's completely up to you. I know for me, I am just excited to kind of get into this. I know, in terms of the book reading, I'm excited to also do a bit of that because I like books a lot. And I think it's a really interesting thing to kind of do. Where it's like, oh yeah. All it requires you putting a link somewhere. I believe we have a link thing in the Discord. And if like, I'm quite sure there's something in the Discord for that, like media share and stuff. Could probably work if you want. But, yeah. The main plan today is just to relax and have fun and not worry about much. And I am excited for that. Because there are times you just need that. And then I can do this. Like, I'm probably gonna do a bunch more with the mud and stuff, in all honesty. It just takes time to get it all done. Because we need it to have water to spawn. So that's what I'm kind of doing. So that we can hopefully get some. Because the turtles are going to be a pain otherwise. And if I do it like this, actually, then I can easily do this. And clear this out. And what I can actually do is a few of the stuff. But, yeah. I don't know if you've ever read the book The Great Godspan, but I've heard, but it's one of the books that I actually have been meaning to read for a while. Because I looked at the Twitch TOS stuff, and I think this is cool. As long as it's public domain or you get permission, you can actually read that type of stuff on stream, which is such a cool thing that I'm like, I've only seen one other person read something on stream that wasn't like an erotic novel as like a sub donation and just like actually did it for why not, and that was Joe Hills. It's where I got the idea in the first place to try this. But it's basically an idea for the fun of it, because I think it would be fun to read. Plus, then when we're doing all this boring, grindy stuff, we don't need to worry about some things being too quiet or like, oh, it's going to be completely boring. No, we're going to be able to read books and stuff, which is pretty neat, in my personal opinion. Because I actually would love to listen to more books from streamers, but because some streamers have like really good voices for that type of stuff, but just don't stream. So I think that's a fun little thing that I'd love to see more people do. But right now what we're working on is a very specific thing that we need to get first, and that is the turtle. And yeah. You see nothing about media share? We should have I know we have a Discord channel for something similar. It might be called something different. Clips and links. Yeah, clips and links. Literally. It's for clips and links. So, yeah. Because we literally have one for clips and links, so that helps. I just couldn't remember the actual name of it, because I have two things. One for clips and links, and then one for people who want to share videos. Just because. But, yeah. I want to make sure these turtles spawn. And that's the annoying part. Frog. Because the turtles are already rare enough. But yeah. Okay. Oh shit, I still need to place this down. I'm trying to remember if I have everything yet. Okay, that should allow that to go up. And then if I drink a battle potion, that can add to it. So we should hopefully start seeing some turtles if we are lucky. There's one. Oh my god, I used the wrong thing. God bless it. This is my type of day. But, yeah. I know I am quite excited. But I'll totally read this out. Chapter 1. The Experiment. I'm glad you came, Clark. Very glad indeed. I was not sure you could spare the time. I was able to make arrangements for a few days. Things are not very lively just now, but have you no misgivings, Raymond? Is it absolutely safe? The two men were slowly pacing in the terrace in front of Dr. Raymond's house. The sun still hung above the western mountain line, but shone with a dull red glow that cast no shadows, and all the air was quiet. A sweet breath came from the great wood on the hillside above, and with it, at intervals, the soft murmuring call of the wild doves. Below in the long, lovely valley, the river wound in and out between the lonely hills, and as the sun hovered and vanished into the west, a faint mist, pure white, began to rise from the hills. Dr. Raymond turned sharply to his friend. Safe. Of course it is. In itself, the operation is perfectly simple one. Any surgeon could do it. Is there no danger at any other stage? None. Absolutely no physical danger whatsoever. I give you my word, you are always timid, Clark. Anyways, but you know my history. I have devoted myself to transcendental medicine for the last 20 years. I have heard myself called quack and charlatan and imposter. But all the while I knew I was on the right path 5 years ago. I reached that goal. And since then, every day has been a preparation for what we shall do tonight. I should like to think, well, I should like to believe it's all true. Clark knit his brow and looked doubtfully at Dr. Raymond. Are you perfectly sure, Raymond? That's your theory, that a phantasmagoria is splendid vision, certainly, but a mere vision after all. Dr. Raymond stopped his walk and turned sharply. He was a middle-aged man, gaunt and thin, of a pale yellow complexion, but as he answered Clark and faced him, there was a flush in his cheeks. I am going to quickly check for portal. Yeah, there's none right now. But, because it's, well, nighttime, that doesn't help. Oh, it's also a blood moon. Well, crap. I mean, I guess I'm just gonna keep letting it happen. I should probably put this on as a backup. Then I can have one there. One. Okay, so I should probably have one here, here, and up here. And then I will continue the book. Don't know why it took you so long to figure that out. Don't worry. It's okay. Look about you, Clark. You see that mountain. And hill following after hill as wave on wave. You see the woods and orchards, the fields of ripe corn, and the meadows reaching to the reed beds by the river. You see me standing here beside you and hear my voice. But I tell you that all these things, yes, from the star that had shone out in the sky to the solid ground beneath our feet, I say all of these are but dreams and shadows, the shadows that hide the real world from our eyes. There is a real world, but it's beyond this glamour and this vision, beyond the chases of Ara's dream and a career. Beyond them, all beyond the veil. I do not know whether any human being has ever lifted that veil, but I do know, Clark, that you and I shall see it lifted this very night, from before another's eyes. You may think it's all strange nonsense. It may be strange, but it is true. And the ancients knew what lifting the veil means. They called it seeing the god. Clark shivered. The white mist gathering around the river was chilly. It's wonderful indeed, he said. We are standing in the brink of a strange world, Raymond. If what you say is true, I suppose the night is absolutely necessary? Yes, it is slight lesion in gray matter. That all trifling rearrangement of certain cells, a microscopical alteration that would escape the attention of 99 brain specialists out of 100. I don't want to bother you with shop, Clark. I might give you a mass of technical detail, which would sound very imposing, and would leave you as enlightened as you are now, but I suppose you've read casual, in out-of-the-way corners of your paper that immense stride have been made recently in the physiology of the brain. I saw a paragraph the other day about Digsby's theory and Brown's Faber's discovery. Theories and discoveries. Where are they standing now? I stood 15 years ago, and now I need not tell you how I have been standing still for the last 15 years. It will be enough if I say 5 years ago I made this discovery, that I alluded to it when I said that 10 years ago I reached the goal. After years of labor, after years of toiling and groping in the dark, after days and nights of disappointment and sometimes of despair, in which I use now, then tremble, grow cold with the thought of perhaps there were others seeking for what I had sought. At last, after so long, I have pang, a sudden joy and thrill of my soul, and I knew the long journey was at its end, by what it seemed then, and still seems, a chance. The suggestion of a moment's idle thought followed up upon a familiar lines and paths that I had tracked 100 times already. The great truth burst upon me. I saw mapped out in lines of sight a whole world, a sphere of the unknown. Continents and islands, great oceans, in which no ship had sailed, to my belief, since a man first lifted his eyes and beheld the sun and the stars of heaven and blah, 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 and the quiet earth beneath. You will think all of this high-flown language, Clark, but it is hard to be literal, and yet I do not know whether I am hinting at cannot be set forth in plain, lovely terms. For instance, this world of ours is pretty well girded now, with the telegraph wires and cables. Thoughts with something else. The speed of thought. Flashes from a sunrise to sunset, from north to south, across the floods and desert places. Suppose that electrician of today were suddenly to perceive that he and his friends have merely been playing pebbles, mistaking them for the foundations of the world. Suppose that such a man saw the utmost space lie open in the current and worlds of a man's flesh, forth the sun beyond the sun and the systems beyond, and the voice, articulating, speaking men, echo in the waste of the void, bound to our thought. As analogs go, that is a pretty good analogy of what I have done. You can understand now a little of what I felt as I stood here one evening. It was a summer evening, and that valley looked much as it does now. I stood here one evening. I stood here and saw before me the utterable, the unthinkable gulf that yawns profound between two worlds, the world of matter and the world of spirit. I saw the great empty deep stretch of dim before me, and in that instant the bridge of light leapt from the earth to the unknown shore, and the abyss was spanned. You may look into Brown Faber's book if you like, and you will find the present-day men of science are unable to account for the presence or to specify the functions of a certain group of nerve cells in the brain. The group, as it were, land to let mere waste, place of fanciful theories. I am not the position of Brown Favor and the specialists. I am perfectly instructed as the possible functions of those nerve centers in a scheme of things. With a touch, I can bring them into play. With a touch, I say, I can set free the current. With a touch, I can complete the communication between the world of sense and... We shall finish the sentence later on. Yes, the knife is necessary, but think what that knife will affect it if it will level utterly the solid wall of sense, and probably for the first time since man was made, a spirit will gaze on a spirit world clock. Mary will see the god. Here's a Pokemon joke. Why were the Scottish trainers of the Crown Tundra so poor? I don't know. Why were they? Diane, have any Muna? Oh my god. Oh my lord. But you remember what you wrote to me? I thought it would be requisite that he whispered to the rest in the doctor's ear. Not all of that. That is nonsense, I assure you. Indeed, it is better as it is. I am quite certain of that. Consider it the matter well, Raymond. It's a great responsibility. Something might go wrong. You could be a miserable man for the rest of your days. No, I think not. Even if the worst happened. As you know, I rescued Mary from the gutter and from the curtains of starvation. When she was a child, I think her life is mine, to use as I see fit. Come, it's getting late. We had better go in. Dr. Raymond led the way into the house, through the hall and down the dark passage. He took a key from his pocket and opened the heavy door, and motioned to Clark into his laboratory. It had once been billiard room, and it was lighted by a glass dome in the center of the ceiling, which there was still shone a sad gray light on the figure of the doctor as he lit the lamp with a heavy shade and placed it on the table in the middle of the room. Oh, cool. It's daytime. We need to keep an eye out for turtles, but because it's raining, I don't know how well that's gonna go for us. Also, holy crap, the amount of stuff. Because I didn't pay attention to this while reading because obvious reasons. But I need to pay more attention for the turtles. More or less. Okay. Okay, I could do 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 do. Come on, I know I can reach. Oh my god, I barely can't reach that. Are you freaking serious? Okay, we just keep an eye for a turtle for me. Clark looked about him. Scarcely a foot of the wall remained bare, and there were shelves all around laden with bottles and phials of all shapes and colors, and at one end stood little Chippendale bookcase. Raymond pointed to this. You see the parchment Oswald Crowless? He was one of the first to show me the way, though I don't think he ever found it himself. That is a strange saying of his. In every grain of wheat there lies hidden the soul of a star, and there is not much furniture in the laboratory. The table in the center, a stone slab with a drain in one corner, the two armchairs on which Raymond and Clark were sitting, and was all except an odd-looking chair at the furthest end of the room. Clark looked at it and raised his eyebrows. Yes, what is that chair? Oh, yes, that is the chair, said Raymond. We may as well place it in position. He got up and wheeled the chair to the light and began raising and lowering it, letting down the seat, setting back at various angles and adjusting the footrest. It looked comfortable enough, and Clark passed his hand over the soft green velvet as the doctor manipulated the levers. Raymond went to the stone slab, and Clark watched him drearily as he bent over a row of vials and lit the flame into the crucible. The doctor had a small hand latch, shaded in the larger one, on the ledge above his apparatus, and Clark, who sat in the shadows, looked down at the great shadowy room, wondering at the bizarre effects of the brilliant light and undefined darkness contrasting with one another. Soon he became conscious of, well, an odd odor. At first, merest suggestion of odor in the room, and as it grew more, decided he felt surprised that he was not reminded of the chemist's shop or surgery. Clark found himself idly endeavoring to analyze the sensation, and half-conscious he began to think of a day 15 years ago he had spent roaming through the woods and the meadows near his home. It was a burning day at the beginning of August, and the heat had dimmed the outlines of all things, all distances in a faint mist, and people observed of the thermometer spoke of an abnormal register, of a temperature that was almost tropical. Strangely, that wonderful hot day of 50s rose up again in Clark's imagination. The sense of dazzling all-pervading sunlight seeming to blot out the shadows and light to the laboratory, and he felt again the heated air beating in gusts about his face as he saw the shimmer rising from the turf and heard the myriad murmur of the summer. I hope you smell. That smell doesn't annoy you, Clark. There is nothing unwholesome about it. It may make you a bit sleepy, that's all. Clark heard those words quite distinctly and knew that Raymond was speaking to him. But for the life of him, he could not rouse himself from his lethargy. He could only think of the lonely walk he had taken 15 years ago, and it was his last look at the fields and woods he had known since he was a child. And now it all stood in a brilliant light as a picture before him. Above all, there came his nostrils the scent of summer, the smell of flowers mingled and odor of the woods, the cool shaded places deep in the depths, the green depths, drawn forth by the sun's heat, and the scent of the good earth lying as it were with arms stretched forth and smiling lips. Overpowered all, his fantasies made him wonder, as he had wandered long ago, from fields into the wood, tracking the little path between the shining undergrowth of beech trees and the trickle water dropping from the limestone rock sounded as a clear melody in a dream. Thoughts began to go clear. Thoughts began to go astray and mingle with other thoughts. The beech alley was transformed into a path between ilex trees, and here, there, and there a vine climbed from bough to bough, sending waves of like tendrils and drooping with purple grapes, and spare gray-green leaves of wild olive trees stood out against the dark shadows of the ilex. Clark, in the deep folds of a dream, was conscious that the path from his father's house had led him to an undiscovered country, and he was wondering at the strangeness of it all, when suddenly, in the place of the hum and murmur of all summer, an infinite silence seemed to fall on all things. The wood hushed, and for a moment, in time, he stood face to face with a presence that was neither man nor beast, neither living nor dead, but all things mingled, the form of all things, but devoid of all form. In a moment, the sacrament of body and soul was dissolved. A voice seemed to cry, "Let go hence!" And then darkness of darkness beyond the stars, darkness everlasting. That's where that paragraph ends, so I'm going to use this chance because it's raining, turtles, I don't believe, spawn, but I might be wrong. So let's just quickly, because we need to get ice golems, and then I can go whomp, whomp, whomp. There we go. And now I will keep reading. But I hope this book is alright. Let me just take a quick drink. I spilled part of it. Damn it. Give me a sec. Oh boy. So, how's everyone today? Hope you're well. If the book is too boring, etc., just tell me. But I actually quite enjoy reading it, but I'm not going to like constantly do this. This is more of a thing that I'm going to like go back to here and there. Like, I'm not going to do it the whole stream, just mainly when I'm doing the main farming stuff. That's going to take a while. Nice. We're getting closer with those, thankfully. When Clark woke up with a start, he saw Raymond pouring a few drops of some oily fluid into a green vial, which he stoppered tightly. "You have been dozing," he said. "The journey must have tired you out. It is done now. I am going to fetch Mary. I shall be back in 10 minutes. Clark laid back in his chair, wondering. It seemed as if he had but passed from one dream into another. He half expected to see the walls of the laboratory melt and disappear, and awake in London, shuddering at his own sleeping fantasies. But at last the door opened and the doctor returned. In behind him came a girl, about 17, dressed in all white. She was beautiful. That Clark did not wonder what the doctor had written to him. She was blushing now, over face and neck and arm, but Raymond seemed unmoved. Mary, he said, the time has come. You are quite free. Are you willing to trust yourself to me entirely? Yes, dear. Do you hear that, Clark? You are my witness. Here is the chair, Mary. It is quite easy. Just sit and lean back. Are you ready? Yes, dear. Quite ready. Give me a kiss before you begin. The doctor stooped and kissed her mouth kindly enough. Now shut your eyes, he said. The girl closed her eyelids as if she were tired and longed for sleep, and Raymond placed the green vial to her nostrils. Her face grew white, whiter than her dress. She struggled faintly, and then, with a feeling of submission strong within her, crossed her arms upon the bright upon her breast as a little child about to say her prayer. The bright light of the lamp fell full upon her, and Clark watched, changes fleeting over. Is that a fucking Martian probe? I'm sorry, what the hell? That caught me off guard. I just saw that out of the corner of my eye and was like, wait, what? Sorry. Where were I? Where was I? Ah, there we go. The bright light of the lamp fell full upon her, and Clark watched, changes fleeting over her face, as the changes of the hill, when the when the summer clouds float across the sun, and then she lay all white and still. The doctor turned up one of her eyelids, and of course the storm is over. I don't need to put 2 KO cannons in. But we did get anglerfish and giant flying fox. So that's 2 of them that we didn't have. And I did it again with this. I would read while doing the Martian invasion, but I think we all know that's not going to end well. Ooh, Martian engineer. Nice. But yeah, I've actually enjoyed reading the book so far. I think it's quite fun. Books are one of those things I like to read a lot when I'm off stream as well, because books are nice. I'm a nerd for like books, and that's just one of the things. And I've been meaning to read some of these books. Like, these are public domain books. These have existed for a while, but I've really wanted to read some of them because I just haven't had the chance. And this is a good chance to do it, as well as make some of the long grindy stuff a little less annoying for like some of the things we have to grind that is gonna take a long time that we don't need to focus on. So one thing I'm definitely gonna need to focus on is the turtles, but with some of the stuff we don't need to focus on, like going for all the corruption enemies and stuff, like, yeah, we'll have to worry a bit about mimics, but if I can set myself up with a invincibility setup, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. But I think it's a really fun idea to just kind of do a bit of like stuff like that, because it adds a whole lot of stuff we can do. Because I like having the ability to do new stuff. There we go. That's another saucer down. But yeah, we still have to kill a bunch of Martians. Because, I mean, we are getting banners, but I know we're going to need more. And, like, I have the Bestiary stuff as needed. And I also set it up so that I can have the paragraphs and stuff. And what I need to do is I need to find the old thing I use that normally it can attach to a car and let you hold up your phone for like maps and stuff while you're driving so you can see it. But I've thought about because I have one of those that I just haven't used it because it's like I've never really needed it because I know where a lot of stuff is and am pretty good about remembering. But I've thought about using that on my desk so that I can have that and stuff for like books, etc. Or like to read certain things from like Twitch, etc. Just to make my life a little bit easier. Oh shit, I didn't have these guys. That explains a lot. But yeah, I am just trying to do what I can. That's another one and a trophy. Nice. Yeah, look at all of this. We'll need to clean up afterwards, but that's okay. But yeah, I am a big fan of like all sorts of stuff. And I'm gonna have to look more at like laws related to the books and what's allowed. Because if it's like you just have to own the book to read it, I could totally like read a few of the books like The Hate You Give, Divergent series, as well as like a bunch of others. Um, but I also have some really good historical fiction ones because this one is a horror one. It's because I like horror books that are just really interesting. Um, but this would allow us to read stuff like Moby Dick and Frankenstein, like stuff like that. We'd be allowed to read because there's a lot that I could totally read. Like, yeah, I could read Shakespeare and stuff, but I don't think I want to read like books that most people learn in school because they might be like, ugh. Which I get. Personally, I don't mind them. I am a big fan of that type of stuff, personally. Ah, Scuttle Expander. Anyways. Nice. Martians have been defeated. Let's clear this up. Okay. Because I know for some of the stuff, like the Blood Moon, we're gonna need to take more focus. Otherwise, we don't really need to. So for the weapons and stuff, I will, okay, so we did get new banners. And now I can actually see. I don't think we have a Xenopopper. Yeah. We don't have one of those. This is a ranged weapon. This is a normal pet. We're probably gonna need another one for normal pets, which honestly I could move the weird items chest. We actually have two of these, which we don't need. And the whoopee cushions I'm keeping multiple of because obvious reasons. You can sell these. Let's just check to make sure I don't need the Martian trophy. Okay, cool. Then I can sell it. And we can figure out where everything has to go. So let's start with the Martians. So for the Martian trophies, we got Scuttlix Gunner, Martian Drone, Tesla Turret. Scuttlix is after Giga Zapper. So we have Giga Zapper, Scuttlix, Gray, Walker, Tesla Turret, blank, blank. Tesla Turret, so then Drone, Scuttlix Gunner, Rain Scrambler. I can put these away, and then I can like, boom, Drone, and then Engineer. is right in front of officer. So Martian engineer, and then the jungle stuff. Because this is how I try to remember where everything is through like the jungle stuff, because it allows me to do it much easier. Anglerfish is next to piranha. Derpling, maneater, piranha, anglerfish. Right in front of Derpling is the flying fox. But now what I can do is go through some of these and be like, oh, the zombie one, I can do this. Because it allows me to better tell as I do this stuff. But yeah, we are getting a lot farther, which is always nice. Okay. Boom. Next on our list, we of course have the turtles. We have stuff in the dungeon, actually. And if we're gonna do stuff in the dungeon, I think our best chance here is because we need skeleton sniper and a bunch of the other stuff. So, okay. Do. I was highlighting where we were so I could remember. So for the dungeon stuff, let's go to bricks. Trying to remember where I put them. Ah. So we have blue bricks and green bricks here, which I am going to turn into blue brick wall and green brick wall. And we are going to replace levels so that we can actually get better stuff. At least that's the plan. But in all honesty, I really enjoy doing these types of challenges. But in future and stuff, when we're doing like Minecraft things, as I get better at doing it, I'll be able to like read chat while also reading it. As well as if I can get the thing up, then I can play like Minecraft, for example, while we're doing some of the grindy stuff. And read, which would allow us to do a bunch more. But that is mainly up to if you guys want to see more of it. I'm gonna do a poll on stuff afterwards on my Discord, just to see what people think, and if people don't like it, I won't do it. But if people find it interesting enough or want me to do it a few more times to at least kind of test the waters, I am okay with that as well. Because in all honesty, I want to produce a quality stream for you guys. Ooh, sandstorm. Cancel my plans. Need these. Okay. Because we have to get rid of the hollow. Because that negatively affects us. Okay. There we go. Oh. Okay. Since I'm going to be using this, I can do this to kind of put this here. So actually, I can go boom, boom. And we'll see how far we get in terms of other stuff. But yeah, I do like this. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, where is she? Oh, there she is. Because she goes through walls, I should be able to hit her, too. Apparently not. It's usually when... Like, if they can go through walls, you can hit them without worry. But... And there it goes. Sand Shark Banner. But that's 3 more towards what we were doing. And also a bit of Vulture. Which we do need to kill several of the Vultures. So that we can actually get what we need. There's a mummy. Okay. I mean, still. Now I can just go here and go boom. And then we go boom. Here we go. And actually, this is a perfect time to look for the turtle. But hope everyone is having a chill time at least this Friday. We're at the weekend almost, so that's a plus. It's always nice when you get close to the weekend because it's like, oh yeah, you get to relax and not need to worry about a bunch of stuff. It's honestly really nice. There we go. Okay. Yeah, because, of course, I'm going to end up destroying some of the enemies, but... Yeah, I want to make sure that I get turtles where I can. Because that's stuff that I actually think would be really useful. That's number 2. I know we need 5, and I think that's number 2. Let me go check at home. Critters. Yeah, it's number 2 of the 5 we need. So we still got 3 more, but... God, I hope that wasn't a turtle that just got killed. But I have a feeling it might be. That's a worry of mine. Oh, boy. I mean, at least we are getting stuff we need. Oh, that's 200 of those guys. Like, there are just some things we've gotten a lot. Wind. Oh my god. In all honesty, the turtles are more annoying to get overall in terms of rarity. But we're close to done with the dandelion. Oh, it's a difficult choice, but I feel like this is more important. If it weren't for the windy day, I would say otherwise. Because now I can do this. And boom. And now I can actually continue where I was reading. She was quite unconscious. Raymond pressed hard on one of the levers, and the chair instantly sank back. Clark saw him cutting away a circle. Like a tonsure, from her hair, and the lamp was moved nearer. Raymond took a small glittering instrument from a little case, and Clark turned away shudderingly. When he looked again, the doctor was binding up the wound he had made. She'll be awake in 5 minutes. She will be awake in 5 minutes. Raymond was still perfectly cool. There is nothing more to be done. We can only wait. The minutes passed slowly. They could hear a slow, heavy ticking. There was an old clock in the passage. Clark felt sick and faint. His knees shook beneath him. He could hardly stand. Suddenly, as they watched, they heard a long-drawn sigh, and suddenly, did the color that had vanished return to the girl's cheeks, and suddenly her eyes opened. Clark quailed before them. They had shone with an awful light. Looking far away, and great wonder fell upon her face, and her hands stretched out as if to touch what was invisible. But in an instant, the wonder faded, and gave place to the most awful terror. The muscles of her face were hideously convulsing. She stood from head to foot, the soul seemed to struggle and shudder within the house of flesh. It was horrible sight, and Clark rushed forward, and she fell, shrieking to the floor. 3 days later, Raymond took Clark to Mary's bedside. She was laying wide awake, rolling her head from side to side, grinning vacantly. "Yes," said the doctor, still quite cool. "It is a great pity. She is a hopeless idiot. However, it could not be helped. And after all, she has seen the god." Mr. Clark's Memoirs, Chapter 2. Mr. Clark, the gentleman chosen by Dr. Raymond to witness the strange experiment of the god, was a person in whose character caution and curiosity were oddly mingled in his sober moments. He thought of unusual and eccentric, with undisguised aversion, and yet deep in his heart there was a wide-eyed inquisitiveness with respect to all the more recondite and esoteric elements in the nature of men. The latter tendency had prevailed when he accepted Raymond's invitation, for though his considered judgment had always repudiated the doctor's theories as the wild nonsense, yet he secretly hugged a belief in fantasy, and would have rejoiced to see that belief confirmed. The horrors that he'd witnessed in that dreary laboratory were, a certain extent, salutary. He was conscious of being involved in an affair not altogether reputable, and for many years afterward he clung bravely to the commonplace and rejected all occasions of occult investigation. Indeed, the homeopathic principle for some of the time attended the seances of distinguished mediums, hoping that the clumsy tricks of these gentlemen would make him altogether disgusted with mysticism of every kind, but remedy through caustic was not efficacious. Clark knew that he still pined for an unseen, and little by little the old passion began to reassert itself as the face of Mary shuddered and convulsed with an unknown terror, faded slowly from his memory. Occupied all day in pursuits of both serious and lucrative, the temptation to relax in the evening was too great, especially in the winter months when the fire cast a warm glow over his snug bachelor apartment, and a bottle of some choice claret stood ready by his elbow. His dinner digested, he would make a brief pretense of reading the evening paper, but the mere catalogue of news soon paled upon him, and Clark would find himself casting glances of warm desire in the direction of an old Japanese bureau, which stood at the warm desire in the direction of old Japanese bureau, which stood at the pleasant distance from the hearth. Like a boy before a jam closet, for a few minutes, he would hover indecisively. But lust always prevailed, and Clark ended up drawing up his chair. Lighting a candle and sitting down before the bureau, its pigeonholes and drawers teemed with documents on most morbid subjects, and in the well reposited a large manuscript volume in which he had painfully entered the gems of his collection. Clark had a fine contempt for published literature. The most ghostly stories ceased to interest him, interest him. If he had happened to be printed, his sole pleasure was in the reading, compiling, and rearranging of what he called his memoirs to prove the existence of the devil. And engaged in a pursuit, the evening seemed to fly, and the night appeared too short. On one particular evening, an ugly December night, black with fog and raw with frost, Clark hurried over his dinner and scarcely deigned to observe his customary ritual of taking up the paper and laying it down again. He paced 2 or 3 times up and down the room and opened the bureau, stood still just for a moment, then sat down. He leant back, absorbed in one of those dreams to which he was subject, and at length drew out his book and opened it. At the last entry, there were 3 or 4 pages densely covered with Clark's round, set penmanship, and at the beginning, he had written in somewhat larger hand, "Singular narrative, told me by my friend, Dr. Phillips. He assured me that all facts related to therein are strictly and wholly true, but refuses to give either the surnames of the persons concerned or the place of where these extraordinary events occurred." Mr. Clark began to read over the accounts for the 10th time, glancing now and then at the pencil notes he had made, and glancing at the pencil notes he had made when it was told to him by his friend. It was one of his humors to pride himself on a certain literary ability. He thought well of his style, and took pains in arranging the circumstances in dramatic order. He read the following story. The persons concerned in this statement are Helen V., who, if she is still alive, must now be a woman of 23. Rachel M., since deceased, who is a year younger than the above, and Trevor W., an imbecile aged 18. These persons were at a period of the story inhabitants of a village on borders of Wales, a place of some importance in time of Roman occupation, but now scattered hamlet of not more than 500 souls. It is it is situated on a rising ground, 6 miles from sea. It is sheltered by a large, picturesque forest. Some 11 years ago, Helen V. came to the village under rather peculiar circumstances. It was understood that she, being an orphan, was adopted in her infancy by a distant relative who brought up in his own house until she was 12 years old, thinking, however, that it would be better for the child to have playmates of her own age. He advertised in several local papers for a good home and a comfortable farmhouse for a girl of 12, and this advertisement was answered by Mr. R. Well, to do farmer in above-mentioned village, his references stopped proving satisfactory. The gentleman sat his adopted daughter to Mr. R. with a letter in which he stipulated that the girl should have a room to herself, and stated that her guardians need to be at no trouble in matter of education, as she was already sufficiently educated for the position in life which she would occupy. In fact, Mr. R. was given to understand that the girl be allowed to find her own occupations, and to spend her time almost as she liked. Mr. R. duly met her with the nearest station, a town 7 miles from his house, and seems to have remarked nothing extraordinary about the child, except she was... Oh my god, my eye just, did that. You ever do that thing when you blink and it does the REM thing out of nowhere? That just happened to me, and it was like, whoa. Where was I? She was reticent as to her former life and her adopted father. She was, however, a very difficult type. From the inhabitants of the village. Her skin was pale, Clear olive and her features were strongly marked. And someone. Okay. Let me finish this. Sentence. Where'd it go? Ah. Girl being alone for many hours. Okay, no. Strongly marked and somewhat foreign character, she appeared to have settled down easily enough in the farmhouse life and became a favorite with the children, who sometimes went with her on rambles in the forest. For this, her amusement, Mr. R states that he has known her to go out by herself directly after their early breakfast, and will not return till after dusk. That for feeling uneasy at a little girl without being alone for so many hours, he communicated with her adopted father, who replied in a brief note that Helen must do as she choose. Okay, let us go quickly do these, because this will be important. Because these will turn into dangerous walls, and we can use them to our advantage. Because I am going to use them to make our farm better, faster, stronger. If I remember correctly, I had to shimmer those like quite a lot too, so it's like, well, I mean, at least we're getting stuff, so that's nice. And we definitely killed a few of them. We didn't kill enough. Where are we in terms of that, actually? Let's just quickly check. Angry Dandelion. 6 more. I don't remember. I don't know if that's changed or not. So, yeah. But I have thought about mining out more of this pink, just so we have more space down here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace the middle layer and probably bottom layer. Completely. Boom. And I think what I'm going to do about it is, like, I'm probably going to need this out. And I think what I'm going to do here is instead, like, I'm going to break out, like, this huge section here. Just 'cause. And then I can do this. And when I get 8,000, I guess, I will, almost 8,000, I will be able to just make it completely blue. And I think that's going to be a worthwhile thing to do. Because, yeah, I will say, I enjoy the book, but I can definitely see where, like, some of it falters, because I have relatively, like, reading skills due to, dyslexia. Which, as you can imagine, doesn't help me. So, it definitely stacks up. Because I'm already going to be replacing this middle part too. But I think it's going to be a good idea to just do this too over here. Because replacing parts is definitely going to be worth it. At least in my opinion. It's going to be worth it for the sake of, like... And yeah, we're going to have to replace the pink brick with different color brick too, if we want good spawns. But it will allow us to get all of these much easier. And that is the whole point of this. Not because it's easy, not because it's hard. It's to make it manageable. Like, it's still gonna be a pain in the fucking ass. Don't get me wrong. Like, holy shit, it's going to be a pain in the ass. But it's gonna be less so. It won't be easy, but it will be manageable. And that's what I am looking to. Manageable. And then for where I did this, I think what I might do is just, as much as I don't like it, I think it's worth doing this. Just for the sake of clearing it out, so I can make sure it all is done right. But even then, I definitely enjoy doing this. Like, this is one of those games that I just can play for hours on end and, like, really enjoy it. And I'm glad that I have games like that. In terms of Little Nightmares, I haven't had any time. I'm gonna try and do a run off stream. If I do, I could record it if you guys want me to see if you guys, just mainly in case, like, oh, I want to watch it, or what so. I'll ask in the Discord probably, what people want. Because if so, I will just add it to the very end of the Little Nightmares series as like a special upload. It probably won't be edited, but it will be like a winning run, hopefully. Basically I'll like record each run and stuff so that people can kind of see what I do. But we'll just have to see. We also got to make sure we don't go over the frickin' item cap here. Because that's another issue entirely. Okay. Because, yeah, we're going to have to do the same thing on the next level anyway. But I want to make sure I get all of it so that I know the exacts. Because that's going to matter. Because if we have more than enough, perfect. If not, well, rip. Like, but it seems we're going to have more than enough, which is what matters. At least to me. Okay. But yeah, I'd love to do some more of these on stream, like building projects. I'd love to do some more of them. Like, if you guys want. But it's kind of up to you guys here. Because I don't want to do things you guys don't want either, unless it's like something interesting. Like, I'm still going to do stuff I enjoy, but I just want to make sure it's something everyone can kind of enjoy as well. Because I know there's also stuff I play off stream that people just, good chance you wouldn't like, or it's just something I like to do in my free time. Like, there's a few. I know one of the things I want to do is, if it weren't for the Switch 2 being announced, I was probably going to end up just getting a normal Switch or a Switch OLED. But because it was announced, I think I'm just going to save up. Because one of the things is ad revenue and stuff from this goes to improving the stream and, like, getting different things for the stream. And because of that, it's going to be like, okay, I'll save up money from the streaming and stuff, and I'll get a Switch 2 when those come out, and we can play some of those Switch games and stuff on stream. Because that could be fun. Because I'm not going to just take what money I make from this and, like, use it. It's not my main job. I did this as a hobby, and I want to put back into that hobby because I'm thankful that I even can make this this hobby can make any money. And it makes me happy. Like, I definitely want to do more. Does everyone? Of course not. But for me, I want to. Because that's just the type of person I am. I enjoy doing this type of stuff. Also, this definitely shouldn't be too bad. Also, I really love the look of the swords. But yeah, because I'm replacing all this with the cursed brick so they can spawn, it means, because we're going to definitely have enough. And I'm going to end up doing the same thing on the next level, because I tried to make them the same size for a reason. And then I'm going to need to make a bunch of the normal bricks to put below, because that would allow me to actually fully make it spawn everything. Like, the brick type matters on where they spawn, but also for, like, the background. Which is such a cool little thing about the dungeon. But yeah, I purposely chose a book that's not too long because I don't expect this to be that much longer of a, like, because of how far we have gotten, I don't expect this to be that much longer of a challenge, but I might just be wrong. And I honestly hope I'm wrong, because I enjoy this challenge a lot. Oops. I meant to go down here. But yeah, I, on the other hand, am very much different. Okay, yeah, that has +1 range, so... Okay. Now I can do this across. Oh, there's a paladin. And it's dead. And this is also a good way to get prime rib. That's another thing. Because as I start to get this stuff done, I need to also, like, mine up a bunch of the pink bricks as well. Because if we look at this, if I can mine a bunch of the stuff above in terms of, like, pink bricks, I can turn some of them into the different brick types anyway. It just allows me to do more. And that would be fun. Okay. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. Normally I don't, like, read this type of stuff on stream, etc. So it's actually quite fun. It's fun to try new things. Okay. Yeah, we're slowly doing this, but better slow than not at all. Especially if it's going to make this a little less, well, just a little more bearable and a little less painful. Because the sheer amount of stuff that can spawn that we need to get for this, that's the bitch. Like, that's the bitch part of it. But overall, I really do enjoy this. I hope everyone's well. Because I know there's people who watch the VODs instead. I know that very well. And I know there's people who watch when they can. Like, depending on my schedule, one of the things I'm worried about is not having as much time to actually play these types of things. And if so, it would end up with me, like, switching things to make, like, for example, let's say I have less time. It would mean I'd be not switching games as much whenever I play, and it would be going in order of, like, game by game basis, most likely. But even then. Well, with all the pink bricks, I can at least turn it into blue, hopefully. Okay, so what I can do here, sell. Because I don't need all of these. Boom. And then I can turn all of these into pink brick, which will allow me to do more with it. Let's also check on if there's any turtles in my base, because that's another thing we should worry about. Jungle turtle. We're still missing 83 and 84. Since it is that point, we can actually okay. Let me just do this. Okay. That's 3. That's 3 turtles. That's good. It means we are over halfway there to be able to make the turtle statue and just get the turtle. Frog. Because we need to keep an eye out for the turtle. I'm just gonna, like, move a lot more. Just cause. Like, what I could do is, like, block the doors up and, like, loads of water, but I'm not. Do that. Era Piranha. Okay. Yeah, one of the things I actually was able to check this morning was my GTS of my Pokemon Home, and I did it. I have all of the Furfrou forms. I finally fucking did it. Now what I need to do is trade the Gorgeists to the Pumpkaboos to get Gorgeist. Then I need to get every Alcremie form. Now that is gonna be a pain in the ass, because it depends how long you spin, the suite it has, the time of day in game, and, like, not only the direction you spin, but the duration you spin. And, like, all of that mixed with the time of day and the fact that there, I believe, is 7 suites in total that it can have. It's a lot of forms. It's the Pokemon with the most forms for a reason. And it's quite annoying, actually. Like, I have all of the pink variants, which I believe is, like, I don't remember exacts. But then there's one for Dawn, one for Dusk. I don't remember if they're the exact same, but it's like, you have you have Dusk Night. Dusk Left, Dusk Right, Dawn Left, Dawn Right, Dusk, for 30 seconds, Dawn for 30 seconds, Dusk for more, Dusk for less. Like, it's actually insane how specific it gets. Like, it is that type of specific where it is, like, way too specific levels. Like, it becomes painful. Especially if you're someone like me who's trying to go for all the forms. Like, I know from experience. It sucks. Come on, turtle. Turtle. Imagine if we get all the turtles and we're going to make the statue and a normal turtle shows up finally. I think I would just be sad more than anything, because it's like, all of this work was for naught. There we go. Taking out a bunch. Bird, 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 bird. Like, the town slimes were not that bad, thankfully. Like, those are usually a lot more annoying, but we got them relatively early, so that definitely helped us. Like, just in general. Any turtles? No. But lots of birds. Jesus Christ. Like, who needs this many birds? Come on, turtle. Is it so hard? Nope. Huh. I don't even know how that bird got down there, but shouldn't ask questions. Got it. Then I need stone, echo chest, dirt, stone, clay, and I believe you need to be an echo mist. And then what I can do is I can just set it to a specific thing. Turtle statue. Where am I in terms of these? 4,000? I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take 2,000. And from there, I will take half and half. Because I think that'll help. Meow. 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 Perfect. Okay. So, where can I put this? Chester. Lava absorbent sponge. How much I love it. Jungle turtle. Normal turtles! Finally. It is marked off the list. 84 off the list. Hell to the yes. Trying to remember which one is dyes, paintings. Where did I always forget there's just the random chance here. Quack. Now we can get the different types of blocks. So that's going to be nice. Wump. Oh, wait, that's the ancient stuff. I always forget that. I was thinking of the wrong thing. You have to put it through the contaminator. Damn it. I always do this. Like, this is my type of, like, moment of, oops. See? Now it's blue brick. God. I am a mess. I'm just going to turn it all into blue brick right now, and then what's left I will turn into green brick. I just think that's going to be more worth it. But yeah, like, it's something I'm gonna do more of. And I'll continue the story once we start doing more AFK stuff again. But yeah. Now we are going to Dabadao. Because we also need to do, like, the Pumpkin Moon and Frost Moon more. Like, we have a bunch of stuff. Including the Solar Eclipse, actually. And, like, the Blood Moon enemies. Like, we got a lot of random stuff. But for now, we're going to basically have these little checkpoints. Ah, yes. This is nice. Being able to chill. No worries. Mwah. Boom. Okay. Let's go take care of what we were dealing with. In fact, we don't need this for a while. There we go. Do doom doom. Yeah, we're replacing this entire floor, but that is okay. Ba 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 ba. Oh, there's a nymph. We are doing great, though. And with all the pink bricks we're getting, ooh, we can turn a bunch into the green. Same if we have a bunch of blue bricks left. Because blue bricks is going to be the longest of them. Oh, there's a crawdad. The Terra Prisma is a really good weapon. Just being able to go to enemies. Oh, it's so satisfying. Okay. And I'll add, like, the torches and stuff afterwards. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this slowly, but it'll be worth it. I wish you could make a line for it. Oh, there's a one of those guys I need to kill for several things. But it does mean we're finally starting to get some of the stuff we need. Because that guy spawned. And I know, like, there's a chance with, like, certain types of walls that certain things are more likely to spawn or actually will spawn. And I believe the normal brick is, like, the best chance for all around. But if need be, I can make the tile and brick versions as well. Like the more thicker versions that are kind of littered through the dungeon. Because I know those can make a difference. And I think what I'm also going to do is try and better, like, what's it called? Brain. I'm going to do better symmetry with some of this stuff. My brain had a, like, full-on brain fart there. Like, I do want some better symmetry on, like, the torches. So I think what I'm going to do is start doing them, like, every certain amount instead. And then, like, mirroring it on each level. Because I think that's going to be a worthwhile thing to do for my OCD mainly. But I don't need to. Because it's like I'm already replacing a bunch of stuff, so it's not like it's far out of my ideas that I've been needing to do. But we are making one hell of a difference. Look at that. As I slowly move out. Because, yeah, the walls, definitely good. Did we make too many? Yeah. Is that a bad thing? No. Because it means if, like, we get all of one thing, we can always replace that one thing with one of the others, and vice versa. Like, if we're only missing stuff that mainly comes from, like, one of the colors, like a bunch of Rusty Bones or a bunch of Hellforged, of different variants, we can always just use this to our advantage then. Because it will actually overall end up much better for us. And I think what I'm going to do here is that, so it just gives us a little bit of damage output. Because that should help us a lot. Oh, there's a Bone Lee. Because that extra bit of damage output can actually save our butts. In any situation. But of course, that entirely depends. Since I do have my new PSU though, I am going to continue Raft, but we'll just have to see how it goes. Next week when we actually play Raft, so that's another thing that we're gonna have to keep an eye on is depending how well it runs, etc. Depends if I'm gonna continue the Raft series or not. Because, like, I'd like to continue it. But it's also a thing of if my computer can handle it, because I am worried about it, because I know my PSU was the issue last time. But if it has, because, like, I have, like, I have pretty close to the recommended, and a bit, and, like, over the least amount you would need. So it's kind of like a good middle ground. But even then, it is interesting to me because, like, another game I've wanted to try, Astroneer, is one of those that requires a lot more, but it requires a lot less than Raft, so I'm less worried. Because it's like, it's Raft. It just takes a lot more than, like, Astroneer or other games of that type, usually. Oh, there's a fairy. But, yeah. We are definitely seeing a lot of new stuff. I do like seeing new stuff, so that is nice. Ah, boy. Because we're protected from Darkcaster, Cursed Skull, Angry Bones, and Blue Armored Bones right now, which is good. It just shows me what else we need other than just the base things, so that's nice. Oh, never mind, the Necromancer's gone. Oh. At least the fairy likes me. So I'll take that as a plus. There we go. Ah, yes. I mean, I've talked about a few of the stories that have happened to me. Like, there's some that I don't talk about, but for some of them that I do, like, I have so many weird stories that I've experienced, and it's funny seeing how, like, some members of chat react like, wait, what? Like, it's just this, like, thing of, what the fuck? Actually, I'm gonna break these. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just... Because as I place these torches, they should give a little more idea of, like, the lighting for me. Because that's what I want. I want it have it a good lighting, and the extra torches does give me a luck boost, especially since they are the right type of torch instead. And like where I see like a huge disparity of darkness, I can always fix that. Boom. Because yeah, these are darker torches overall. So it's nice to just kind of boom, 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 boom. Because I want to make sure I do it right. Okay, and then boom, boom. Okay, so it does go here. Okay, and then we got here. Cool. Boom. And I can break these normal torches too, which is a really good thing because it's like, cool, I can clear this out of torches that affect. Because originally when the torch god stuff was added, it negatively affected your luck if you had the wrong torch type, but that has been changed, thankfully. Because it was probably one of the worst things, like, to deal with. And then I can just have one over here. Okay. Then I can turn this off. Yeah, because this should get everything, I think. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Now I can just slowly whittle this away. And then I will remove the stuff. Because it's going to need to be green brick. And from the looks of it, it will not take 1,000. So that's good. And I can always go like here and collect stuff too. Nice. Okay. Okay. This should hopefully be a good middle ground. We'll just have to see. Because I'm worried about these, like, middle ground parts. Okay, yeah, it is gonna be a pain in the butt. But I can always replace those with the blue stuff after. That's okay. But yeah. Oh, look at all of this. We also have a lot of random shit we just don't need. Skeleton Commando banner. That is good, because I believe that was one of the ones we needed. Might be wrong, though. I know I'll be able to tell afterwards, though. There is that. Because I know we're going to need less overall for the next layer one. So, that'll be nice. It's always nice when you have a less of a need for stuff. Okay. Okay. Do 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 do. Boom. 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 But I'm actually surprised that paladin shield is still there. Actually, wait, no, I don't think that's the same one. No, wait, it is. You would have thought it would have despawned by now, like by the item cap limit, but apparently not. Wow. Wow. I'm curious if anyone has any cool plans over the weekend. I know I do. Except they're not cool plans, they're just, oh yay, I get to help with this type plan. And if you know anything about Girl Scouts, then you know what I'm going to talk about because it's that time of year. And for those who don't know what I mean by that, that time of year, in Girl Scouts, it is cookie season. And anyone who has had Girl Scout cookies knows exactly what I'm saying when I say they're amazing, just expensive as hell now. And I know part of the reason why that is because my sister is a Girl Scout, and it's like, yeah, I know she's been working on her gold award. And part of the reason is of the cookies getting expensive is it's more expensive to make, but the other part is they're giving more to the troops as well, while also being able to sustain their camps, etc. So it's been a bit of a, oh boy, this is a lot type thing. But nonetheless, it's pretty nice. Like, I've helped with Girl Scout stuff for a while myself, because I've always cared about putting my stuff in, like, just being able to, like, help some of these girls learn. Like, I've watched some of them start from the beginning, because it's like, I care about my sister. I care about the other girls in that troop. Most of them are old enough now that I don't need to worry anymore, but, like, I would teach them stuff about, like, different plants, etc., because I've always been someone who knows a lot more about that stuff. But I remember, we had one of our trips, and I don't remember which camp it was, but we were in the cabins when the lights went out. All the power was gone, and we were stuck in a blizzard, basically. It was a pain in the ass. But it was a very interesting experience, to say the least. Because that's just one of those things that you're like, oh my goodness, why does this have to be me? Because that's how it felt. It was like, why? And that's usually how you feel, because it's like, all of it stacks up, and stacks up, and stacks up, and stacks up. Of course, now I've learned a lot more, but even then, it's still limited on what I can and can't do. Because it's like, I'm not a, like, previous Girl Scout. I just help the leaders if they need it. Because I know them personally. Like, and it's something you learn over time. And I know with Girl Scout cookie season coming up, it's gonna be hectic. But I also know I can easily go up to, like, certain groups of people and be like, hey, you want some cookies? And help my sister. Like, I could easily do that. I know very well a lot of people who will buy cookies. Hell, one of the things I feel like they should have advertised more personally, because of how useful it is for, like, Girl Scouts as a whole, is the whole system they have for, like, online orders. Because it's like, this is the type of stuff I feel like if a lot more people knew about, they would buy more. Because Girl Scout cookies, I like to eat them here and there, like, as a treat. But they are so good for baking as well. If you've never made a crust out of Thin Mint, it is totally worth it. That is one of the things I can say America has that's amazing is Girl Scout cookies. Because it's like, I mean, at least we have that. Because, like, I love Girl Scout cookies so much. They're one of those things that are really tasty. Are they healthy for you? No, not in the slightest. Do I like them, though? Yes, yes, I do. Doesn't mean it's healthy for me, though. That's for sure. Because, oh boy, are they not healthy for you. But of course, now I'm like, cool. Anyways. Like, that's usually how I feel now about it. I'm just like, cool. Anyways. Okay. What I'm going to do here real quick, I'm just going to put a mud block here so I can keep this up and have a little extra space. Since I can do that. Perfect. Now I just need the green brick. There we go. Okay, and now I can go and get rid of these. The non-stackables, mainly. That I know I don't need. But for the rest, I can just... Easy. Cream soda. Torches / fire. First green. And now I can turn all this blue brick into green brick. Oh boy, how I love this so much. You can hear how much I love it in my voice. You know, I really do enjoy this. Like, there's just something about Terraria that's just very enjoyable for me. And I know it's not the same for everybody, but for me, I just love playing it. Because I know one of the things I do off stream when I get time is like, if I when I'm not doing a personal thing that I need to do and I get some free time and I'm not reading a book for my own health, like, I'll work on stuff off stream, i.e. breaking the bedrock, even more around our base in the Nether in Minecraft, for example, or in another case, fishing in Terraria, stuff like that. I've done off stream. And sometimes that comes at the cost of like, oh shit, I accidentally got a banner I couldn't need. But sometimes it's the other way around. And I just get it on stream because I killed so many off stream unintentionally. And it's why I started doing more of the grindy stuff on stream for Terraria, especially. To freaking fix stuff. And like do more of it in like on stream so it wasn't off stream stuff, because like this is a challenge for a reason. And I know there's been days where I don't have stuff and whatnot, or like things happen cause me to get sick or whatever, or like I lose internet, like stuff like that. I know that stuff can happen. Also, this is off. I noticed it and I was like, I should fix that. Okay. But it's like, I do want to do more. I want to play more games like Terraria. And I'm excited to play Forager because I've heard a lot of good things about it, and that it is a game where you get to be a little more creative about some of the stuff you do, but also really fun. Like, I love games that allow you to be creative and do things. It's why I love the Zelda games and their puzzles. It's one of those things that I just personally prefer. I think what I'm going to do is put the torches where they need to be, and then once I'm done, I will just replace them again. Because then I don't need the ruler constantly. Uh, I mean, I'm at least getting a bunch of stuff, though. So there is that. And green brick. But yeah, this should give us, like, access to so much stuff. Will I need to go through all of it? Yes, but I think it's worth it. Especially in this case. Because whoopee. Yeah, I'm going to keep that off because I like the look of the boots. Okay. And I'm going to fix that shelf. And then I can do these. Boop, boop. Okay. And then I can do this. Perfect. Now we can actually clear out a bunch more. Oh, there's a morning star. I hate the fact the fairy is just like, please, for God's sake, follow me. It's like, I don't want to, fairy. I'm working on stuff. This just happens to make it easier for me. Like, I know there's times where I'm just gonna be quiet because it's like, oh, I'm focusing or whatnot. And it's always weird because it's like, I want to fill that negative space, but it's also like, sometimes I just don't know what to fill it with because because it's like, well, no one else is talking in chat. And then I'm like, well, shit, I can't really bounce off someone. I've actually been working on getting better at that a bit in my own personal time. But of course, still not perfect. Don't expect to be perfect, but I definitely want to get a lot better at it. Even a little bit of work on it has been helping. Of course, like, there's still a long way to go and stuff, but it's something. And I can do this. Because this is one of those things that I can actually play and relax with for hours on end. Like, when I stream, I can do that relatively well. And it's something that I know because I can do it relatively well, I also enjoy it and stuff. And it's like, well, I might as well play more and do more. Makes my life a lot easier knowing that I enjoy it. And it's like, this is a fun hobby for me. I just wish I had more time to do this hobby. Because that would be awesome. Because that's one thing about hobbies is when you don't have time for them, it can really suck. Because it's like, damn it, I really wanted to do blank. Or, aw, well, I guess I'll get to blank later. Like, that's usually how it feels. Okay, and then I need the green brick wall. This fairy has been trying its damnedest and is just like, please follow me. But it won't be that easy. There we go. Look at that. All that green brick. And then we can AFK and I can do the reading and stuff if we so choose. And boom. Okay. And I can just keep moving. I mean, even then, we're cutting out a huge section of this. Thank God. Because this will help us get everything we need for the most part. Which is the whole point of this, after all. I don't know how well it's gonna go, but yeah. Like, the Bestiary challenge is just one of those things that's, like, so hard, yet so few people actually, like, have truly completed the Bestiary. And I feel like when it because I'm surprised it was an achievement to begin with, because it's like, well, shit. You would expect it to be an achievement. So when it wasn't, when it came out, I was like, okay, yeah, this, I'm surprised it's not an achievement. And then I'm like, okay, when the Labor of Love update was announced, I was like, okay, they're probably going to add an achievement for it. And when they didn't, I was like, oh shit. But then someone mentioned it to Red while they're working on this update, like, I'm surprised there's not an achievement for it. And he's like, huh, I guess we overlooked that. So my guess is it's probably going to become an achievement. And if there's a bunch of new enemies, there's a bunch of new enemies. We can always come back to this and work if need be. Like, I am okay with doing that. It's one of the things I enjoy, and I'm okay with that. I will say I dislike that mace, though. Okay. Now we can take out more. Ah, yes. And I can slowly replace the torches as we move on. There we go. Look at that. So much nicer. Ooh, a paladin's hammer. Nice. I'm quite sure we have one now, so I'm not too worried. Also, the fact that we're so close to the edge and we just keep hearing it go and restart the music is, like, so annoying. Because it's just like, it's very annoying. Because it's just like, bro. Oop, and there goes that guy. And I mean, we have gotten some new banners while doing this too. So there is that we can take as a great advantage for us. Also, I'm just going to put that. Oh shit, I didn't even notice the pink brick. Okay. Okay. Now we can take care of this. I know I had a weird thing happen to me this morning, and my PC wouldn't turn on. So I unplugged all the cables from my power supply and replugged them back in, and it didn't turn on. And then I started to look up what could possibly be the issue, and it just turned on. And I'm like, what the fuck? And even to this moment, it's like, I even mentioned it to my friend, and even he has no clue what the hell it was. And it's something I definitely want to know on why the frick it happened. because it was really weird and just odd to me. And it literally could just be anything for all I know. It's like, I have a frickin' thing that, like, if it gets damaged, etc., or something is wrong with it, I can get it, like, fixed slash refunded because it's, like, for the first year or two, which is nice. We'll just have to see what happens. Look at that. Ooh, tactical shotgun. My hope is that we can get, like, the snipers and stuff as well. Because we're definitely getting all the different types, that's for sure. You can hear so many things dying. And you can tell, like, oh, you've killed this many of blank. Which is definitely going to make it easier to tell, like, okay, do I need to put this somewhere? And I can put that there. Now for the torch replacement. I love that you can just do this because it's like, oh, nice. Dup, 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 boom. Dup, ba, da, ba, da, boom. Do, ba, dum. Do, ba, do, ba, do, do, boo. And there we go. I mean, a tactical shotgun is pretty cool. Now I can actually go through and, like, clean this up. Which is, thank God moment. Oh, look at that. Because then I can clean this up and I can just easily go back up here. And then I can sell what I don't need. I know I have those and that. It's like, of the things I know I have. Because the tactical shotgun I knew I didn't have, so it's like, okay, I might as well. Walls 2. And then we also have cursed walls in there. And then we have Skeleton Commando Banner, which is where? Ah, there it is. Right between, so it goes Angry Bones, Blue Armor, Tactical, Commando. And it's so it would be like here? Cursed Skull, Darkcaster, Blue Armor. So it's Blue Armor, Tactical, and then Skeleton Commando. So Blue Armor, Tactical, Skeleton Commando. Quack, quack, quack. And then we got that. Okay. And since it is daytime, let's take care of a solar eclipse real quick, because that is something we can do. And let me check the banners, because I know we need the Mothron. But I don't think we need its baby's banner, because it doesn't have one. Yeah. Let's see. Underworld, Dungeon, Crimson Hollow event. And we have just Mothra. That's all I'm missing. Sick. And it only spawns after a certain point, too. So it's like, well, crap. I mean, I can at least, like, do some stuff. Oh. Like, die, apparently. I hate the nail heads anyway, so. But yeah, Mothrons can spawn. I know that. And then I can put one up here. And I can just spawn loads of these swords. There we go. And I got the kaleidoscope that I can use as necessary. We just need to hope that a Mothron spawns for us. Because I believe for the Mothron, it is... Yeah, it's 2 away, because I believe it's 25 for Mothron. Because if it shows up before 25, if it shows up at 5, it's 10. If it shows up at 15, it's 25. And if it shows up at 25, it's 50. From what I have noticed. At least that's what I've noticed. But I could just be entirely wrong. So that's a whole other issue. Ooh, a death sickle. It's always nice, I guess. Seems the Mothrons are scared of me. I mean, I can drink a battle potion at least to hopefully get some more, but... yeah. Okay, there goes another thing. Oh, there's a Mothron. And it is dead. One more to go. Do-do-do. I just need to hope that we can actually get more of those Devourers too, because that's another one that I'm worried about. You know, I could go over there and see what happens. But it does come at the cost of having to do this. Do-do-do. Because, like, I already know what's going to happen with some of this stuff, but... yeah. Yeah, I can, like... whoomp over to the corruption. And there it is. Mothron banner. Yikes. That's a lot of platinum. And gold. But even then, it's nowhere near how much I have in my piggy bank. Because my hope is to use it to my advantage now that I have, like, some of the stuff. Do 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 do. Oh my goodness, it snipes me. Because that's one of the other issues. The stuff takes over the corruption spawns, which also makes them rarer, and it's like, that's annoying. But it also ups the spawn rate. So it's kind of like, well, shit. Because it's a bit of a risk-reward in that case. Because it could help us, or it could hurt us. And we have no idea yet what it will do. And then I can do this. And this should allow me to at least get a bunch more stuff. Keyword is should. We just don't know. Yeah, because we can at least finish off the day here. And if need be, I just, like, do certain things. I should probably look up what enemies do not spawn while you aren't moving. But, like... Oh, and there I go. Well... That spawn while not... That spawn while moving Terraria. Because that is a whole subsection. Because it's based on, like, range and stuff, but it's like, even then. Oh, great, another hollow key. How useful. I think the issue with it is there's so little knowledge on the subject in terms of, like, full out stuff that it makes it a lot harder to, like, find it, which doesn't help me, but yeah. I meant to do this. Take that guy out. Okay, and then I need to do this. I forgot that I take damage before. Oh my god, my own brain forgot about how the frickin' rotted Discord worked. That's where my brain is mentally. My brain was like, how do you use Rado Discord? And it decided, like this. And it killed me. My own hubris. Where is it? So Mothron is after Deadly Sphere and right before Scarecrow. So it's right here. Oh, and it's raining. Which, unironically, is a good time to go hunting for frost golems. So, I'll have to add that to my list of things to do. Ooh, and rainbow slimes. I forgot about rainbow slimes. There's so many things you can get while it's raining, as well as just like, well, shit. Okay, and then I can grab this. Okay. And then I can sell, sell, sell. Boom. Let's do the Frost Golem, because that's a rarer enemy and stuff, and then we can do the, Rainbow Slime after. And... Oh, I didn't do the thing. Well, either way, I will go back to the, thing we were reading. In the winter, when the forest paths are impassable, She spent most of her time in her bedroom where she slept alone according to the instructions of her relative. It was on one of these expeditions to the forest that the first of singular incidents with which this girl is connected occurred, on the date being about a year after her arrival in the village. The preceding winter had been remarkably severe. The snow drifted into a great depth, and the frost continued for an unexampled period. And the summer following was as noteworthy for its extreme heat. On one of the very hottest days in this summer, Helen V. left the farmhouse for one of her long rambles in the forest, taking with her, as usual, some bread and meat for lunch. She was seen by some men in the fields making for the old Roman road, a green causeway which traverses the high part of the wood, and they were astonished to observe that the girl had taken off her hat. Through the heat of the sun was already tropical. As it happened, a laborer, Joseph W., by the name, was working in the forest near Road, and at 12 o'clock his little son Trevor brought the man his dinner of bread and cheese. After the meal, the boy, who was about 7 at the time, left his father at work, and said, as he said, went to look for flowers in the wood. And the man, who could hear him shouting with delight at his discoveries, felt no uneasiness. Suddenly, however, he was horrified at hearing the most dreadful screams, evidently the result of a great terror proceeding from the direction in which his son had gone. He hastily threw down his tools and ran to see what was happening. Tracing his path by the sound, he met the little boy, who was running headlong and was evidently terribly frightened. And on questioning him, the man elicited that after picking a posy flower, he felt tired and laid down on the grass and fell asleep. He was suddenly awakened, as he stated, by a peculiar noise, a sort of singing, he called it. And on peeping through the branches, he saw Helen V. playing on the grass, with a strange naked man, who he seemed unable to describe more fully. He said he felt dreadfully frightened and ran away crying for his father. Joseph W. proceeded in the direction indicated by his son and found Helen V. sitting on the grass in the middle of a glade or open space left by charcoal burners. He angrily charged her with frightening his little boy, but she entirely denied the accusation and laughed at the child's story of a strange man, to which he himself did not attach much credit. Joseph W. came to the conclusion that the boy had woke up with a sudden fright, as children sometimes do. But Trevor persisted in his story and continued in such evident distress at the last his father took him home, hoping that his mother would be able to soothe him. For many weeks, however, the boy gave his parents much anxiety. He became nervous and strange in his manner, refusing to leave the cottage by himself, constantly alarming the household by waking in the night in cries of "the man in the wood, father, father." In course of time, however, the impression seemed to have worn off, and about 3 months later he was accompanied by his father to the home of the gentleman in the neighborhood, for whom Joseph W. occasionally did work. The man was shown into the hall, and the man was shown into the study, and the little boy was left sitting in the hall. A few minutes later, while the gentleman was giving W. his instructions, they were both horrified by a piercing shriek and the sound of the fall, and rushing as they found a child lying senseless on the floor, his face contorted with terror. The doctor was immediately summoned, and after examination, he pronounced the child to be suffering from some kind of fit, apparently produced by a sudden shock. The boy was taken to one of the bedrooms, and after some time recovered consciousness, but only to pass into a condition described by the medical man as one of violent hysteria. The doctor exhibited a strong sedative, and, in the course of 2 hours, pronounced him fit to walk home. But in passing through the hall of the paroxysmus, the fright returned, and with additional violence the father perceived that the child was pointing at some object, and heard the old cry, "The man in the wood," and looked in the direction indicated, saw a stone head of a grotesque appearance, which had been built in the wall above one of the doors. It seems the owner of the house had recently made alterations to his premises, and on digging the foundation for the office, the men had found a curious head, evident of the Roman period, which had been placed in a manner described. The head, pronounced by the most experienced archaeologists of the district to be that of a faun or satyr. Dr. Phillips tells me that he has seen the head in question, assures me that it has never received such a present, presentment of intense evil. For whatever cause arising, the second shock seeming too severe for the boy, Trevor, and the present seeing too severe for the present boy, Trevor, and the present date he suffers from the weakness of intellect, which gives but little promise of amending. The matter caused a good deal of sensation at the time, and the girl Helen was closely questioned by Mr. R, but to no purpose. She steadfastly denied that she had frightened or in any way molested Trevor. The second event with which the girl's name is connected took place about 6 years ago and is a still more extraordinary character. At the beginning of the summer in 1882, Helen contacted a friendship of a peculiar inmate character with Rachel M., the daughter of a prosperous family in the neighborhood. This girl, who was a year younger than Helen, was considered by most people to be prettier of the two, though Helen's features had to great extent softened as she became older. The two girls who were together on every available opportunity presented a singular contrast, and one with her clear olive skin and almost Italian appearance, and the other of proverbial red and white of our rural districts. It must be stated that the payments made to Mr. R for the maintenance of Helen were known in the village for excessive liberality, and the impression of general is that she would one day inherit a large sum of money from a relative. The parents of Rachel were therefore not averse from their daughter's friendship with the girl, even encouraging the intimacy, though now bitterly regret having done so. Helen still retained her extraordinary fondness for the forest, and on several occasions Rachel even accompanied her, the two friends setting out on an early in the morning and remaining in the wood until dusk. Once or twice after these excursions, Miss M thought her daughter's manner rather peculiar. She seemed languid and dreamy, and as if it had been expressed different from herself. But these peculiarities seemed only a thought too trifling for remark. One evening, however, after Rachel had come home, her mother had heard a noise which sounded like a suppressed weeping in the girl's room, and on going in found her lying half undressed upon the bed, evidently in great distress. As soon as she saw her mother, she exclaimed, "Ah, mother, mother, why did you let me go to the forest with Helen?" Miss M was astonished at so strange a question, and proceeded to make inquiries. Rachel told her a wild story, and said, Clark closed the book with a snap, and turned his chair towards the fire. When his friend sat one evening in that very chair, he told his story. Clark had interrupted him at a point in the subsequent to this, and cut short in his words of a paroxysm of horror. "Oh my God!" he exclaimed. Think, what are you saying? It's too incredible, too monstrous. Such things can never be in this quiet world, when men and women live and die, and struggle and conquer, maybe fail and fall down under sorrow and grief, and suffer strange fortunes for many years. But this, not this. Phillips, not such things as this. There must be some explanation, some way out of the terror. Why, man, such a case were possible, Earth would be a nightmare. But Phillips had told a story, to the end concluding, her flight remains mysterious to this day. She vanished in the broad sunlight. They saw her walking in a meadow, and a few moments later, she was not there. Clark tried to conceive the things again, as he sat by the fire. One moment. Ice Golem banner! Okay, sorry. Let's just quickly go over here and I will continue that in just a second. So that's the Frost Golem banner, and now I can head for the Hollow one while it is still raining, because we need the specific one for what's his face? Um Rainbow Slime. Okay. Um Boom. And you know what? Instead, I'm just gonna do this. And then I can go boom, boom, boom. There we go. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. Clark tried to convince the thing again as he sat by the fire. Again, his mind shuddered and shrank back, appalled before the sight of such awful, unspeakable elements, enthroned, as if it were, in triumph in human flesh. Before him stretched the long, dim vista of a green causeway. In the forest, as his friend had described it, he saw the swaying leaves and the quivering shadows on the grass. He saw the sunlight and flowers, and far, far away, in the long distance, two figures moved towards him. One was Rachel, but the other, Clark had tried his best to believe it at all, but in the end of the account he had written in his book, he placed the inscription, Et diablos incarnis est et homo fictus est. Chapter 3, The City of Resurrection. Herbert, good God, is it possible? Yes, my name is Herbert, I think. I know your face too, but I don't remember your name. My memory is very queer. Don't you recollect the villaners of Wadham? So it is. I beg your pardon? Villers? I didn't think I was begging an old college friend good night. My dear fellow, with haste is unnecessary. My rooms are close by, but we won't go there just yet. Suppose we walk up to Shaftesbury Avenue a little way. But how in heaven's name have you come to pass, Herbert? It's a long story. Villers and a strange one, too, but you can hear it. But you can hear it if you like. Come on, then. Take my arm. You don't seem very strong. An ill-assorted pair moved slowly up to Rupert Street. The one in dirty, evil-looking rags, and the other attired in the regulation uniform of a man about town, trim, glossy, and eminently well-to-do. Villers had emerged from his restaurant after an excellent dinner of many courses, assisted by an engrade. Is that ingrading? No? Ingradiating? I don't even know how to pronounce that one. That's one I haven't actually seen before. Little flask of Chianti. Chianti? Chianti. That's what it is. Brain is like zoom with some of these words today. Almost. And in the frame of his mind, which with him almost chronic, had delayed a moment by the door, peering around the dimly lit streets, in search of those mysterious incidents, and of persons with which the streets of London teem. In every quarter, every hour, Villers prided himself as a practiced explorer of such obscure mazes and byways of London life. And in this unprofitable pursuit, he displayed an audacity which was worth more serious employment. Thus he stood by the lamppost surveying the passer-by with an undisguised curiosity, and with that gravity known only to be systematic diner, he had enunciated in his mind the formula. London had been called City of encounters. It is more than that. It is a city of resurrections. When these reflections were suddenly interrupted by a piteous whine at his elbow, a deplorable appeal for alms, he looked around in some irritation, when a sudden shock found himself confronted with the embodied proof of his somewhat stilted fantasies. There were close beside him, his face altered and disfigured by the poverty and disgrace, his body barely covered by greasy, ill-fitting rags, stood his old friend, Charles Herbert, who had mental cultivated. God, I did not see. I'm like, my frickin' I read that completely wrong. Who had matriculated on the same day as himself, with whom he had been married, and wise for 12 revolving terms. Different occupations and varying interests had interrupted the friendship, and it was 6 years since Villiers had seen Herbert, and now he looked upon a wreck of a man with grief and dismay, mingled with a certain inquisitiveness as to the dreary chain of circumstances had dragged him down to such a doleful pass. Villiers felt together with compassion all the relish of amateur in mysteries and congratulated himself on his leisurely speculations outside the restaurant. They walked on in silence for some time, and more than one passer-by stared astounded at the unaccustomed spectacle of a well-dressed man and an unmistakable beggar hanging on his arm. And observing this, Villiers led the way to an obscure street in Shohu. I think that's how it's said. I don't know. I could be wrong. Here he repeated his question. How on earth did this happen, Herbert? I always understood you would succeed to an excellent position in Dorsetshire. Did your father disinherit you? Surely not. No, Villiers. I came all the way. I came unto all the property of my poor father's death. He died a year after I left Oxford. He was a very good father to me, and I mourned his death sincerely enough. But you know what young men are. A few months later, I came up to the town and went in a good deal into society. Of course, I had excellent introductions, and I managed to enjoy myself very much in a harmless sort of way. I played little certainty, but never for the heavy stakes and few bets I had made on races bought. Me and money, only a few pounds, you know, but enough pay for cigars and pretty and petty pleasures. It was my second season of the tide turn. Of course, you heard of my marriage. No, I never heard anything about it. What'd you join into? Welcome on in, Daman. I am, literally in the stream title, I am reading the God Pan, the Project God Pan, which is actually like a really good book. It's one of the books that is accessible in public domain, and because we've been doing so many grindy things on stream, I have been reading it as a reading the book out loud, so the grindy stuff is a little less of a pain because it's just been a lot of, oh yes, sit here and wait, because we got the ice golem we needed. So that's one of the banners. Because we've been working on the Bestiary collection, and one of the things we have needed for it is all the banners, because I'm doing all the banners and trophies as well. And I was taking the chance while we still had this rain to get some of the rainbow slimes, because we need 50 of them. And of course I still need to kill like some enchanted swords and like all the other stuff. Like, I still need to kill a bunch of flesh reavers and get corruption stuff, because one thing I didn't know is this is a rare pre-hard mode enemy that is even rarer in hard mode for the Devourer. So now I get the harder stuff. The enchanted stuff is so annoying. Oh yeah, it's gonna be annoying, but nowhere near as annoying as stuff like the Devourer. Mind you, this morning I was sitting there for like an hour farming, and we started with 3 last time, and I got 1. So it's been a lot of just yikes, because I put this on the background while setting stuff up on stream. And like if I tab out, it basically is like, oh, it turns off, etc. Oh my lord. Yeah. Because this is one of the enemies that is recommended to get in pre-hard mode. But because we started with a Crimson World, and I didn't know that until a lot later, after we had already built like a full base and everything, it was kind of a oops type moment. Sure, those super common upside down, aka get fixed, boy. You would think, but no. Weirdly enough, like, because in the get fixed boy seed, you can't really complete the bestiary due to the fact that one of the main things you need doesn't spawn. Normal demons. Like, I still need to farm in hell for those and stuff. So that's another thing. Okay, Ice Golem is after Frozen Zombie and before Wolf. So that would be Frozen Zombie and Ice Golem. And I will say it has been such a worthwhile thing to do this. Sorting the banners by which are needed. Because it helps me be able to see, okay, I have these banners, but not these. Like, frickin' blood squids, which only come from the frickin' Dread Nautilus, of course they have a banner, but they only spawn from the Dread Nautilus, which is a pain in the butt. Chumcaster, this, Sonar Potion, because I am gonna do a little more, like, on-term stuff for this. Come on. Wandering Eye Fish, we already got, I believe. We need the hard mode variants is the issue. And, of course, that comes with the issue of, well, shit. Because I need Dread Nautilus and stuff, and then I need the Dread Nautilus to spawn the Blood Squid, meaning I can't kill it within a certain period. And it's just a mess. And I need stuff other than the Wandering Eye Fish and Zombie Merman, because I got the pre-hard mode stuff done, like, really early. Like, there are some pre-hard mode stuff I couldn't get, the corruption stuff, because you need to be in hard mode to get that. But it's like, well... But yeah, if we do see Prismite, I'm definitely catching it because it's useful. Come on. Give me that Hemogoblin Shark, Red Nautilus, whatever it is. Also, I will say, I really like the Flame Silver dye with the, Terra Prisma. It just looks so nice. Especially in the, Blood Moon. Just something super nice about it. Don't need a Flounder. Blood Eel. Oh, and there it goes. That's one of them down, of many. Because, yeah, like, I keep Chester on me because it's like, well, I do need a lot of that. The Skiffs die, though, as well. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of good dyes in this game. Like, I'm using Hades dye for my fish fin wings because they look nice. Like, there's so many good ones that I'm just like, God, I want it. Hemogoblin Shark. Yeah, because I know we beat in Pure Summoner the Empress of Light when I was like, you know what? Instead of using my Ranger build, I'm just going to do that. Because I was originally going to do Ranger. But then I beat it in Summoner. And I'm like, well, shit. Now, this is the point where I need to not attack it, preferably. But I also need to kill enough as well. So what I'll need to do is funnily enough, I might actually need to switch to my ranger setup. Or at least, like, cancel my summons when another Dreadnought list comes out just for the Blood Squids, because I believe you need 25 of them. But yeah, like, with stuff like this, it's like, oh yeah, I shred through the Hemogoblin Shark and stuff. Oh boy, a Prismatic Lacewing. This is actually how I farm Prismatic Lacewings for the Empress of Light, was going into the Hollow Biome with the Blood Moon and battle potions and stuff, and it worked really well. Really useful. Okay. Blood Eel. And dead. Because I know early on, when we first started this, I tried to do the Drippler Crippler because it's a really good weapon early hard mode. But we never ended up getting it until a lot later. But yeah, I mean, this world is like a really fun world for me. Like, I've really enjoyed doing the Bestiary challenge stuff. I think I'm gonna do this so I have like one. Okay, then he circles. I need him to summon stuff. Blood Squid. Because I need to kill enough of the Blood Squids. Ah! Still missing the Golden Slime and you're fully done with yours? Damn. Because I know the Golden Slime doesn't count in a normal world, I don't think. Thank God. Because if it did, that would actually drive me, like, insane. But, yeah. Now I can just do this. Oh, look at that. Another desert key. One of the many desert keys. God, I can show you, if you want, I can show you how many keys I've gotten over this playthrough. Because, like, I already got the Frost Hydra staff, the Desert Tiger staff and stuff. But, jeez. Oh, the slime variants. Yeah, that one's an annoying achievement, but it's possible. Just gotten harder. Like, I've 100%ed all the achievements in the game. That's why I'm doing this challenge. Plus, I also know later on, one of the things Red mentioned, after someone asked was, you know, I'm surprised that is an achievement when someone asked about completing the Bestiary. So, just means a quick achievement for me. Because, like, even then, I was wanting to do this as a challenge anyway, and I never took the time for it. So when I started streaming as a hobby and was like, you know, I could totally do that challenge, I ended up doing it, and here we are now. And honestly, I've really enjoyed it. Because I know another thing I'm gonna do is, because we have a secondary world, because fun fact about salamanders, crawdads and shellies, only 2 of them can spawn in a world at once. The other one will never spawn without a statue. Because of that, we had to go to another world to get a salamander banner, because I'm also trying to get every single banner available. So one thing led to another, and I had to create a different world for that. Like, there's so many small things people don't know about the game that I've even learned. Like, in my time since starting this hobby of, like, streaming and stuff, I have learned so much about different games, like, oh, instead of just soul sand, you can also use soul soil to make the wither. I've also learned about the salamander thing. I was like, holy shit, that's actually kind of cool. But I also learned about a lot of other random things. No, all the banners is not an achievement. It's just more of a challenge thing I have imposed on myself, is to get all the trophies and banners. Because I have a little, and I can show it as soon as it turns day, and I start to do stuff. Yeah, it's going to turn daytime. We're not going to get it. Okay. Chester, stop moving. And then I can put this away. Where's my master bait? There it is. Oh, there goes Cyborg. Anyways. But yeah, like, I have a lot of stuff I have been, like, doing with this, because it's a fun challenge. I love challenges. They're always fun. I don't need another Sanguine Staff. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need those. Um, and actually, I also don't need the Money Trough or Fast Block. And then what I can do is bonk, 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 bonk. Oh, the clown is throwing bombs again. Then I can get rid of these and that. And womp, everything goes into its rightful place. Okay. So this is kind of what I've been building. I still need the Lunatic Cultist banner. And, and trophy. Because I purposely died to Moonlord because I want that to be the last one we get. But I also need Duke Fisheron, Plantera. Like, I still need to do a bunch more for, like, trophies, including the Old One's Army again, because I'm still missing Betsy's. But I have all this place to put banners. And it's actually really fun. Like, I spent quite a while on this. Like, it's not, like, don't mind that. Like, you don't even notice it on the map that it's not technically finished, but I just always forget. Holy shit. But yeah, like, I even did this, and, like, it has a echo platform here, which allows it to look like it's just floating and then going behind. It gives a little bit more of a 3-dimension to it. And then, of course, we have down here where I have been doing, like, where I do farming sometimes. A lot of, Death Weeder spawning there. Nice. Okay. But I've created a lot of different things. Like, when I was farming for all the graveyard enemies, because there are graveyard enemies that are, like, really annoying to get, I created a little chapel. And it works out really nicely. In terms of the snow biome, as you can see by this was all corrupted, when it came to hard mode, so I had to mine out a bunch to make this, like, livable again. This is my least favorite of all my builds, honestly. But win some, lose some. Because I like this one relatively because it's, like, nice looking. No truffle worms spawned yet. But yeah, I definitely need to get some more truffle worms because I could probably easily shred through Duke right now that I have so much, but I also need glowing mushrooms. Pretty dope, to be honest. Thanks. Yeah, like, I love building in this game, as well as, like, other games. It's one of my big favorites. Like, here's our hell base, where I have, tavern keep and stuff. And actually, now that I have I've already gotten Skeletron's trophy, Henry can go here. I mean, I could just repeatedly kill him till I get a James, but meh. And here's the jungle base. Because, and actually, I should grab this. Oh, not the mahogany table. Because I needed that to get jungle turtles, because a normal turtle wouldn't spawn for me. Because that is my type of luck. Okay. After that, of course, you saw the desert base. It is been completely overrun. But, like, I still haven't explored a chunk of the world. And there's so much I have left. Because, like, if I look, I can see, like, this one. If I try to go for a banner for this, it's just going to give me a zombie banner. But Shimmer Slime has its own banner. And so does the Bride. And it's like, why does that have a banner? Like the Shimmer Slime. Like, I can understand. But some of them are, like, so similar, yet have a banner separate. And it's like, what? Like, there's a lot like that. Like, all these zombies, despite being different, all have the same banner, except for the Raincoat zombie. Because logic. And these two armored Vikings, the armored and undead Viking, separate banners. Giant antlion swarmer and normal antlion swarmer, same banner. Same thing for the antlion chargers. But you still need to kill them to get to the point of getting a banner from it, which is just going to be the same, to get the bestiary entry. And we're at 98.33%. The sea snail, on the other hand, was a pain in the ass. I still need to kill a lot more green jellyfish, but those are underground. And the ones I am missing from this are skeleton sniper, funnily enough, as well as the diabolus, one of the types of it, and then 3-6, because there's a list you can find on the wiki, a bone biter, dark mummy, like it's a bunch of like the stuff. Then you got some stuff from the underground corruption desert. Then 338 is a vile thing. Then you got 554, which is surprise, surprise, more underground desert stuff. So I need to do a bunch in the underground desert. And then for these two is Moonlord and the fungo fish. The fungo fish. Which is such a weird enemy. Because it's like, it only spawns in the mushroom biome. Exactly. It's such a, like, it's so forgettable. Like, there's so many forgettable enemies that you completely forget it exists. Like, one of the things I was missing originally was an amber squirrel, but now we just found 2 of them. It's like, it's surprising how many you'll miss by complete chance. Oh, it started heavily raining. But even then, it, like, one of the things that is like rarer but it needs a banner, angry dandelion. It only spawns on the windy days, downwind, with a certain percentage chance of luck. It's like, what? Like, and that's why I decided to start reading a book when doing some, out loud to chat and stuff, while we do some of the longer stuff. Like, yeah, sometimes I'll talk about different things, but it's like, it also makes it a little less boring when it's just, yes, just standing there doing basically nothing because it's just waiting for certain enemies. While then you have stuff that is like over here where we have our full thing in general, and it's like, well, shoot, I could do stuff. Because, like, if I go to my events and stuff, I still need one of the things from the Frost Moon and a bunch of stuff from Pumpkin Moon. And I can see which banners I need from them, too, because I can look in here and see, okay, I got Mothron, etc. I need between those 2, and I believe that is the Headless Horseman. And I love that you can actually look at this. Yes, the Headless Horseman, which are rarer spawns than you'd think. But if we're gonna do this, I should grab some potions. First get rid of Terra Prismas. Ooh, I need some more variegated lardfish. Do I have any? Nope. Well, that's something I'm gonna need to fish up. Life Force, Endurance, Thorns, because why the fuck not? Regen, and Wrath. And then I go over here. I can grab these, turn on that. Boom. Boom. Make sure those are good. Never had a problem. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, it's not a problem to kill them as much as it is to get a lot of them killed. Like, for some reason, a lot of them just, and part of it is, I think it needs to be killed while it's still in its full form. And it's like, even then, I don't remember if I've ever gotten to the final stage of the pumpkin moon yet. I was like, wait, I thought I used it. I was like, nope. It just happened to be a blood moon at the same time. Kind of funny, but I need the pumpkin moon. Because, yeah, the pumpkin moon is like, since I have this as like a mini farm, it helps a lot. Making double sure. Like, the Dark Harvest, I should definitely get it to Legendary. I just always forget. Like, it's good for these types of events. Just like the Kaleidoscope. Because the Kaleidoscope is really good. I'm really excited for the next update. Because I know that they're like... Because some of the stuff that's been mentioned is like they are getting near that point of... Like, with polishing. At least that was the last thing I saw. But... knowing how the Terraria team can be... that could very well change as they get a really good idea and are like, shit, this is a great idea. Because we know it's not going to be the last update due to the Power World DLC and stuff. Stop running. There we go. Because if it shoots its head off, I don't think it counts. Because I've noticed when I kill them afterwards, I know I've killed a lot more that way. And I think that might unironically be the reason. Which is kind of weird. But, yeah. Also, it took me so long to realize that around the poltergeist is a table and chair and not a pair of wings. Like, for the longest time, I thought the table, chair, and book were wings. Not actual items. Because, like, I'm not very good at noticing that stuff usually, so it's like... Plus, with how much you're killing and, like, focusing on not dying during this, it's like... doesn't usually come up. Got a hairdryer ad, and it sounded like they're trying to make it sound like some advanced technology. Jesus Christ. They will be back in a moment, and I will continue what I was talking about. Yeah... I mean, I know 2 minutes is normal. Like, honestly, that's far from the worst. Okay. Gee. Dodge the head. Okay. Oh, that's doing a lot, too. But this does a lot, too. They're both really good. I mean, the heavy rain definitely helps, but... Oh, we're on wave 15. I didn't even notice. Pumpkin trophy. Nice. That's one of the 2 we need. The good part is we're actually getting stuff we need for this, so... Ooh, Horseman's Blade. Nice. Ow. I always forget I can't see the ad. I forgot I can't see the ad thing because I have the book up. So I can't see the length left on ads. I can actually check, though. They should be up in a few seconds for anyone who is left with it still. Nice. Okay, just keep summoning. Okay, just keep going. There we go. Nice. Of course, the Headless Horseman killed me. Oh, boy. But, that should be... the ad break should be done. But in relation to the ads and stuff, the reason it is as long as it is because... like, it's random based on between a certain period. So the ads are based on a random period between um a like one ad like for a few seconds, be it 30 seconds or whatever, and the max amount of time by a little bit of extra. And because I have it set to 3 minutes, 30 seconds, because that's what allows it to not give you ads when you join in, because that's the threshold. It basically means you can get an ad anywhere between that, and it's only so people don't have ads when they join in, and it just happens every hour, and it stops them from being like extremely long ads as well. Oops. And there I go again. Like, because the whole point was so people don't have to deal with ads when they join in. It makes it a lot easier and a lot less of a pain. Plus, I can set it so the first ads are, whenever I start stream, are when the starting soon stuff is going on. And it basically means I don't need to worry about anyone being in ads while I'm, like, doing the, chill, like, good morning, etc. stuff. Where I like to sometimes make puns. Because it's fun. I mean, yesterday was Thundering Thursday because it was storming. So, I mean... But yeah, like, that's one of the things about ads that's just that way. But in terms of, hair dryer thing, it's like, honestly, it depends. Because I've seen some damn advanced hair dryers. I mean, because I'm someone who has really curly hair. So hair dryers usually don't work for me because they only negatively affect me in a lot of cases. So I usually just use like old white shirts that are too small for me because it's like they dry my hair better and it stops my curls from being less of an issue. So it's just like, well, might as well. Because I like to take care of my hair for good reason. I don't know if I got the trophy or not. Hell, I don't even know if I've gotten, no luck yet on the, frickin', Headless Horseman, but, of course, I don't really expect too much luck, because, one, dying a lot doesn't help me, and two, oh my god! And two, if they throw their head and disappear, well, rip. Okay. Die, pumpkin! That's wild. Oh yeah, like... I think it's actually kind of interesting how some of the stuff works for, like, different things, be it Twitch, and, like, how their, whole system works is pretty interesting, but also, like, certain game systems. Like, I've learned so many different things about some of them that's actually really cool. Because, like, you can easily screw with, like, enemy AI by jumping. Like, especially early game, and you can use that to your advantage to actually get enemies to do things that make it easier for you to dodge. So jumping over them is not usually a good solution, but you can easily change that with, like, some certain things you do. Ow. Just the pumpkin, like, ha! As soon as he spawns in. Just decided, nope, this guy, nah. The spirit of Halloween penetrates the air. You know, there's a joke to be made there, but I don't know if it would go too deep. But I'm done. Squishy summoner problems. I mean, yeah. It is funny to me that the only class I've never beaten the game with, and I've mentioned it before, is Ranger. Because I suck at it. Like, I'm usually a lot better with Summoner. Like, I've never got... In my thousands of hours of playing Terraria, I honestly have not gotten better. Like, I mean, I've probably gotten a lot better than I used to be, but in general, I am not a lot better than I was when I started. Horseman's Blade. I do have a candy corn rifle, I believe. Do I not? Oh, I do. Yeah, there it is. I do have the spider egg. Okay, that's a mount. Do I have... I don't think I have a hex branch. Cool. Did it stop raining only to start raining again? Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, I've gotten used to being a squishy summoner in a lot of cases. Because it's just the summoner thing. Hellhound, Splinterling, Scarecrow. Still no Horseman. How are we doing on it, though? 29. Because if they shoot their head, they just don't give you the thing for some godforsaken reason. Okay, that's a normal one. Is there a cursed sapling in here? No, there is not. Sick. Look how many pets we got. And I still need to get the queen slime pet to mix it with that. Do I have the bat scepter in here? Yes, I do. Ooh, fairy dust. Mob and boss drops. Do I have this in lighting? Yes, I do. Because the guide's alive, but I can't sell to the guide. So I'll have to sell to someone else. Like, I have so much platinum at this point that it's just sad. Yep, stuff in there. You know, I'm surprised at how long it took me to actually create a void bag. Because it's really useful, but I always forget to do so. I'll keep that at least, because it's good. Sell, 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 sell. I'm gonna keep that. Sell, 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 sell. Sell, sell, sell. Then I can just easily go back to spawn, and bonk. And boom. There we go. I love when it's nice and easy like that, because it makes my life much better. I guess we could try an Ethereum thing, see if we can get something from Betsy. Do we still need the pirate ship from the pirates? Yes. That's another one to add to the list. Let's do that first. Because why not? I'm feeling crazy today. I know we're gonna need to do more stuff with the Ethereum, but that is a personal thing. Okay. Do I turn this off? I don't think it's a good idea, because we're already going to be dealing with another event. A lot of the late game stuff is event-based, I found. And it's just like, oh boy, more events. Yay! Like, that's how it feels. I mean, I don't mind anymore. Like, I've gotten used to it. But, still. Oh, that poor slime. Like, I've gotten pretty used to it at this point. Fairies. Oh. I just can't get over the flame and silver dye with this. Like, it's just so nice. Where the fuck did I get these? Oh, and the pirates are dying. Repeatedly. Oh, these poor pirates. Ba-da-ba-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da. And there goes that. You know, it's weird to me that of all the stuff from this event, the pirate captain is separate from the pirate ghost, but the pirate's ghost doesn't have a banner or a bestiary entry. Isn't that weird? It's like one of the only enemies that doesn't have a bestiary entry, to my knowledge. To my knowledge, it's the only one, except for like unkillables. But even then, some of the unkillables like, I know this is killable, but it's like, it's mainly unkillables that don't. Like, Torch God is in there somehow. I mean, even then, it's weird to me because it's like it's because it's like a separate thing entirely, but it doesn't count towards the pirate captain. So it literally just exists and nothing else. Because there's other enemies that drop enemies that still like do give banners. The only one being the mother slime that's different. Like the mother slimes, baby slimes, and the pirate captain's soul are the two that I can really think of. But then you have stuff like the spiders. Ugh. And like the like other slimes, like some of them just nope. Because for the shimmer slimes, you can't use a statue, so I had to use king slime to get them. Please, of course. I just want a trophy. I mean, I'm getting goodie bags at least, so I can use those. Trying to look on the bright side with that one. I don't know if I have the black spot already. Let's check. Yes, I do. Okay. Golfer, shop, sell, sell, sell. And then actually, I also want to sell the swords and pants. For the rest, I will keep for the most part. Candle. Do I have anything? Workbench. So that would be crafting furniture. A piano. Yeah, furniture 1. That's a piano. There is, yeah, light decor. There we go. And then sofa would go into normal furniture. I like to keep sorted, or else I go insane. Sorting is just one of those things I worry about a lot. Okay. Because I'm gonna need boom, boom. There we go. Nice, I timed that perfectly unintentionally. Ba-ba-da-bum. Yeah, like, this is so much quicker now than it used to be. Because, like, this used to take so much longer, and being able to skip the waves helps so much. Whenever, like, you finish a wave, just skip, and it goes to the next wave. It makes it so much nicer. Because then I can just, like, clean up and just keep moving. And no issue. And yeah, I made sure to put these guys up here because they can take care of the wyverns and other flying stuff that aren't killed or are summoned by Betsy. Because that's going to be one of the biggest things is Betsy's summons. Because when she summons those, they become a nightmare. The swords just nyom 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 nyom. Okay. Perfect. And I can come over here. There's the last two. I missed. There we go. Cool. Being able to just relax with some of these events. So nice. I think I might be one of the few people who actually really likes the Dungeon Defenders event. Because, like, I've always really liked it. And I really like that it can be skipped more now. Because it's just like, yeah, I already liked it. It just means I get to do it more, but also get more time to do other stuff. Like, I played Dungeon Defenders too. I mained the Dryad. Because the Dryad was just really good. And I really enjoyed it. But she definitely had her flaws. That's for sure. But she was from the crossover event. And I remember using her and realizing how broken she could be because one of her biggest flaws because she's normally a melee, which is really good, is that she needs to create a world tree. And to create that world tree, she needs certain stuff. And to create that world tree costs stuff, but you can't build any other defenses without the world tree. Meaning you can't build the harpies or the slime summons. So you need the world tree to actually be able to create defenses that aren't just attacks from you. And then she has a corrupt form, which changes the attacks that last for a period of time. But she also, like, she does good damage, but she's more of a but she just is very bad at defending, which is a huge flaw in a game called Dungeon Defenders. Because, yeah. But nonetheless, like, she's still a fun character. But I just remember having so many issues with her. She's also one of the only characters that can actually fly. If not the only character. Which is kind of funny. But even then, the flying is, like, only above the ground a bit. But if you're attacking, you just fall. So it's just like, it doesn't give any bonus, it just allows you to move faster, I guess. Because even then, your speed doesn't change for the most part. Like, you get faster as the Dryad, but compared to other speeds, it's far from the fastest. I mean, it's still good, but... I mean, even then, the Dryad was still interesting. Because, like, the World Tree was her whole gimmick. And, like, other classes in there could actually summon their stuff practically anywhere. But with her, she needed, like, so much more space. And it really just knocked her down so many pegs because of that alone. Because that's one of the things you need to be careful about in that game is space management. Because space management is very important. And then, of course, you have all the stuff with... Because the World Tree was not small, but it did give a good range around. And when you did turn to Corrupt mode, it did affect, like, the stuff you had placed down, which is cool. But it made that early game so much harder. Like, I got used to it, but I definitely can recognize the flaws where they were. Bum, bum, bum. And Ogre's gonna be dead any moment. Yep, there he goes. But, still. Like, I highly recommend the game. And the Dryad is still a fun character to play. So it's not like, don't do it. It's definitely a try it if you want type thing. Here comes Betsy. Let's see if she'll give me her trophy. I will say, the Betsy fight in the actual, like, Dungeon Defenders 2 was honestly kind of, like, way too easy for, like, the original one. Like, I know there were events that made her difficult, but they were usually limited time, if I remember correctly. Personally, I think she's harder in Terraria than she is in the actual game she comes from. Which is kind of sad. No trophy, but I do like the Ariel's Bane, but have we gotten a mask before for Betsy? Yes, so we do not need it. So I can just sell all of this. Womp, 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 womp. And actually, have I gotten Betsy's egg before? I think I have, but I'm gonna double check for my sake. Yes, okay. I was checking. Then I can do that. We should probably do some Skeletron Primes, because I know I still need Skeletron Primes trophy. I have the Empress trophy and Golem trophy. I just need to do a bunch of the frickin', like, random enemies that I'm missing. It's just a random Ogre Relic. But I can put this back for now. Because I try to at least do one of those each stream if I can. Because it's just like, I mean, I might as well try. And boom. Okay, here he comes. It's crazy because I don't even have... I just realized I completely forgot the Ichor stuff. So, like, a lot of the stuff I've been doing could have been way easier because I didn't put Ichor on my whip. Which is very awkward. Well. Let me just fix that right now. Because now I deal more damage. Like, I'm not too scared of Skeletron Prime. It's just one of those bosses that's like, yeah, it's cool. But I've seen more. Okay. No trophy yet. I am really curious on, like, which bosses are going to keep the original themes and which are going to get new themes. Like, it's obvious that, like, Queen Slime, Empress of Light, Duke Fisheron, Golem, Moonlord, like, they're going to keep their original themes. But I'm curious who else is going to keep the original theme. Like, I imagine, like, Eye of Cthulhu is probably going to keep its theme. And maybe the Wall of Flesh. But we know, like, the Twins and King Slime, as well as Eater of Worlds, are definitely getting new themes. It does make me kind of curious. Wow. How useful. Oh, there go the robotic skulls. I still have yet to get the frickin' trophy. I really don't want another Skeletron. With how many it took just to get the Skeletron trophy. Like, even then, like, there were some of these that took way too long to get their trophy. Like, in general, I had to kill, like, 40 of these to actually get its trophy. And that's including when I was doing the Shimmer stuff. It's like, Jesus. Actually, one of the things I probably should do, mimics usually take a certain amount. I'm gonna make 2 keys of light. And then 7 keys of night, so that's, quite a few. Where's my chest? Event blocks, walls, statues. Ah, yes, echo and chest. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. There we go. Let's just do some, mimic real quick so we can actually get them done. Since I've needed to for a while. And then I can do this. Huh. I never knew that happened. It literally just went, no. I'm not gonna do it. But, there's another one. And another one. I will say, we are getting some of the active stuff done that we've needed, so that's what matters. Ooh, the Dark Pistol that we tried to get for the longest time and never ended up getting. How nice. And there goes that guy. And here go these two. Nice. Still no banner, but Doesn't matter. There we go. Do I have a life drain scepter? No, I do not. And then I can put the dark pistol in here. God, I have so many different range weapons that I just don't use. Okay. Let's see. I want to make sure everything is okay. I put that in the summon one, didn't I? Yep, I already had one. God bless it. I mean, we are doing really good in terms of, like, her shop. We're almost there, and that's really good for us, because it's like, well, crap, it means we're almost there. Let's see. We still need the stuff from the corruption and underground. Normally I would not do this, but switch to this. I want red solution. Because we've not had defeat current threat. Yay. Huh. Note to self. The Martian saucers. The Martian probes still count as a threat. I literally only did that blood moon so I could get the red solution, so I can do this. And then I can do something about it. Then I can do this. And then... yeah, that should allow for a lot of crimson. Hope you got a clean the world achievement already. Oh, I already have. I have every achievement already in the game. I've played Terraria for so many years at this point. Like, that type of stuff no longer is as big of an issue as it used to be. Thankfully. Now I can put this in here. Oh, Desert Spirits, we do need these. Ghoul banner. How many ghouls have I killed? Okay, cool. I can just easily do that. Because we're going to need to kill a lot of these. Womp. Womp. Boom. Boom. I'm just going to do this so they spawn. Because I know they spawn... like, it's like this thing that happens when you're building that they just spawn more. Not because they want to. Not because I want them to. Just because they choose. Because they're just that type of way. Ooh, a Jin's Curse. Nice. You know, there's several ways of spelling Jin. But the most common way, especially now, is Jinn. But there are some versions that are spelled with D. Some that are also spelled with other stuff. I just find it really cool. Am I a nerd? Yes. But I do like to nerd out about this type of stuff. Antlion Larva banner. I know that's not my first. Oh, but look at all that. I can do this real quick. And then I have a new vanity thing that I can put in each of these. And a new sand type. Lol. Yeah. Like, I've just accepted I'm a nerd at this point. Like, that's just something I've had to do. Because I could nerd out for hours about some of the stuff I like and do. Like, my D&D group knows very well how much of a nerd I am. We're all nerds. We play D&D for God's sake. I mean, being nerds is kind of part of the process. But not just that, but two of us both have taken psychology in college and stuff. We all have nerd deep in us. Exactly. Everyone's a nerd for their own thing in reality. Like, I love psychology, but I also really love history. And God, if there was a list for search terms related to just a lot of the stuff, be it from any time period, a lot of my searches, because I like to learn about history from stuff, and one of the things I really like to learn about is World War II. And one of the things that kind of comes with that is also learning a lot of stuff about both sides. So, like, the amount of stuff in there that probably makes me look insane to any normal person is like, what the frick? Why did you search this up? Because I am someone who finds that stuff interesting. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff in history. Like, I love learning about that period in history, but I also love learning about the period in history with everything. Because there's so many different periods in history that have, like, these insanely cool things that are like, oh, shoot. This person actually is scary. Because a lot of it gets forgotten about or not talked about as deeply. Like, I'm thankful I had a teacher that talked more deeply about the cannibalism that happened in Jamestown. Like, that's a really cool subject that I feel like more people should learn about. I mean, there was a whole time where they literally sent a hand in a basket to the natives, and then were surprised when they didn't want to spend more time around them. Huh. I can't imagine why. It's like, like, this is the type of stuff that just makes you go, what the hell were they smoking? Because it's so goddamn insane. But that's a lot of history. Like, there's a lot in history that's just like, what? And that's how you end up feeling. Like, I think that's the cool part about history. Just personally, I think that's one of the cooler parts of history. Because I think it does a lot. So the Tainted Ghoul does not count as anything but a normal ghoul. The Lamina from this is still a Lamina. We are getting up on the Desert Spirit, though. I would like to get its lamp. We still need blood feeders, but that's a in the water thing. Crimson Mimic we're doing really good on. Flesh Reavers, we need a Sandstorm. And then these, we need to get lucky. Like, I could easily go back to the book, but I'm just kind of enjoying talking about history stuff now. But like, that's part of why I actually chose the book I did. Is another one of my interests is horror. Like, that's because, like, I like horror games, and it's something I want to play more on stream eventually, because there's a lot of good horror games out there that I've wanted to try, and some that I've watched and or experienced. Like, we recently finished Little Nightmares 1 and 2. I 100%ed both games except for Little Nightmares 1, which I failed hard to the core by 3 minutes, which is awkward. But even then, it's like, I want to play some more. Like, we played Phasmophobia before. And there's some I've played off stream, too, that are completely different or experience. Like, as much as some people find it weird, I actually don't mind poly playtime. I like the idea of that type of stuff. The FNAF games were alright. Jump scares are like just, oh wow, jump scare, and then it's over, and it's like, oh cool, anyways. It's why I'm not that big of a fan of jump scares. But over time, I've like really come to love a lot of the different horror types out there. And I know I'm excited for stuff like Reanimals, which is coming out. Because it's like, this is the stuff I've wanted to see. It's cool. And it has its own unique flares. And that's kind of one of the biggest things for me, especially when I play different games. I love when it has its own unique flares that make it feel different and give it life. It's one of the reasons I enjoy games like, not just horror games. Hollow Knight's another one I really enjoyed. So it makes me excited to see like what other games that have been like recommended to me and other stuff will be fun. Forager being one of them. Like, I've played Terraria for years. I've played Minecraft for years. Stardew for years. And I still experience new stuff in those games whenever I do play them. But being able to experience new games that I've never played before is quite fun. And using this hobby of streaming for it has also gotten me to really fall in love with more series and like developers. It also made me realize I have yet to play Skyrim in my entire life. I almost bought it while it was $3.99 on Steam, but I'm just like, would I play it in all honesty? 50-50 at best. But it was one of those things that was just like, huh. I really, like, I've watched Skyrim. I know the stories of Skyrim, but I have never played Skyrim. So it's just like, oh, okay. Pixie, Rainbow Slime, Desert Spirit. Good, but not in your top 10. Yeah, like, because Skyrim is one of those games that's just like, it's alright. Like, and that's what I've heard a lot of, is it's alright. It could be worse. It could be better. And it's like, yeah, I can agree with that on a lot of games. Like, one of the games that I really wanted to play more of, but of course, if I'm to play it again, Dicey Dungeons, it's one of those things of, I can't play the main intro theme because it gets parts of the VOD completely muted. And it's just like, well, that's dumb. And it's really annoying. Because it's just like, I'm playing this game, but it mutes me for the music in certain areas. Like, it's one of the things that still to this day, just, it's like, why? Because it stops people from actually wanting to play it. Because it's what got me to stop playing it on stream and playing it in general. Because, like, I could have totally continued it on stream, but it's also like, I don't want it to be muted for people who want to watch it. Because that was before I started sending the VODs to YouTube unedited and stuff. So it's like, that was like early hobby days. Like, before my first year level, and like way before affiliate. Like, I'm lucky to be where I'm at with this hobby. Like, I really enjoy it. Did I think I'd be interesting enough that I'd get affiliate within a year? No, but sometimes the world likes to throw surprises at you. That's one of the things I've really enjoyed about this. Because one of the things I've done since I was a lot younger is, I love theater, I love choir, I love all the different stuff like that. And over time, I've grown to really enjoy a lot of that stuff. Of course, now I don't get the chance to do that stuff as much anymore, and this is a hobby that kind of mixes bits and pieces of that. Because, like, in real life, I am an introvert. I am very quiet. Like, I am one of the quietest people, and I rarely cuss. I rarely speak in real life. But then when I'm on here, it's just like, I don't care. I just will say whatever for the most part and just talk about weird incidents that's happened to me too. From the umbrella incident, aka the Mary Poppins incident, to falling through a roof, to all the way and stealing something and paying for it. Like, there's so many weird experiences that I've talked about where people are just like, what? Like, like I already like my some of my friends already knew a good chunk of those things, but being able to talk about it and stuff is also fun. Like, I am a ball of just, Lord knows the type of experience I'm gonna have. Like, I still remember the time I saw the Oscar Mayer Wiener truck, and behind it was one of those cars that people have dressed up like dogs. Oh, we're one red devil away from actually getting it, I believe. Because I believe it's 25, but it might be 50. I'd have to double check. We'll be able to tell, actually. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, like, there's a lot of stuff. But yeah, the red devils are a pain in the butt. But I've gotten used to them at this point, so it's like, that goes in there. This is brick, right? Yes. Let's check the red devil real quick. Okay, no, I need 50. Not those cars. Oh yeah, they're so annoying. Because it's like, why? Like, it's just one of those things that feels more distracting than it should be. And it's the same with a bunch of stuff like that. Because I know for me, I love those types of cars that you can see that have different things. I'm not a car person, but I love seeing, like, older cars and stuff. Like, I have a friend who is a huge car guy. I don't care if he nerds out to me for hours on end. I find it interesting enough to listen to. And that could also be the part of me that likes learning about new things, where it's just like, I like learning about new things. So I want to learn about insert thing. And that's usually how it goes for me. Of course, not everyone likes that, but me, on the other hand, I just want to learn all sorts of cool stuff. Because that's one of the things I always found interesting about doing stuff is there's so many things you can learn by complete chance. And it's like, even now, so many years into my life, I still love learning things. But when I was in school, I hated it because of just how much pain I have with the school system. Because I am very ADHD. Like, extremely ADHD when it comes to certain things. Like, when I get to research the stuff I really am interested in, I will spend hours and hours doing it. Like, because one of the things that got me into history was was my civics teacher. She truly got me into history. Like, that is what got me into a lot of the history stuff that I am now. It got me to join the the historical society in my old town originally. And God, I loved it. It was fun as hell learning about all the stuff, like all the parts of the Underground Railroad that were in the area, to all the different places that have had different experiences, whether real or not. Like, stuff like that is cool to learn about, in my opinion, because it adds a whole other point to of there's so much we don't know about that I'd love to learn about in terms of, like, different places in the world, from prisons to much more. Like, I have family around the globe and stuff, and I've wanted to visit some of them about things. Like, I know I need to frickin' do, like, more passport stuff, because I have been meaning to visit a few of the places. Plus, it's also nice to have a passport in case, because um, I still haven't gotten mine, despite the fact they said it. Despite the fact stuff has gone through, and it's just like, I sent you the stuff. You gonna give me my passport? So that's something I need to email them about or call them about. But even then, like, one of the things I found interesting is like some of the places I visited. Like there's a really it was really interesting learning about like the oils drills and stuff and like the oil pumps when I was like in Oklahoma and stuff. Also got to experience an Oklahoma tornado. Honestly, not too bad. But then again, I also like chasing storms, so like I love being a storm spotter slash chaser. I understand the dangers of it and how to safely do it as well. And it's just one of those things that's like so cool to me. Because one of the things about storms a lot of people forget about is the beauty of a storm and how it looks after. Because holy crap, is it one of the most mesmerizing things. Because I remember because I remember one experience of mine that I've had. If you've ever been in a tornado, you know what I'm talking about. When you're sitting in a tornado area, like, you'll know, because it is terrifying for like no people who aren't, you're like an all-around person. Jesus, I mean, in general, I love doing all sorts of stuff. Like, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm all around, like I'm but I've been in a lot of things. Like, I have my own garden. I like to grow crops sometimes. um but with storm chasing, one of the things that people have mentioned is tornadoes sound like trains. What they also don't mention, like one of the things they don't mention, is it feels like your body gets lighter when you are in the eye of a tornado. And the sound stops for the most part. And it is just so ominous and terrifying, and I love it. Because it adds so much to that part of, oh, this is not good. Like, because there's some cool stuff about tornadoes. Like, and so many other storms as well. Like, one of the most terrifying that I've been in, though, is a total whiteout, which is when the snow is so bad that you literally can't see. Like, it is just white. And it's terrifying. And it can actually cause blindness if you aren't careful. Like, it's actually really interesting. Like, there's so much stuff that you can learn from it. And it's like, I'm not a meteorologist, but I understand a lot about how like storms move and work depending on a lot of stuff. And it's so cool seeing it now. Because it's like, because I've learned to understand that stuff more, I've noticed a lot more of like the differences as time has gone on with weather changing. And seeing the amount of snow that some places have gotten are crazy. Another thing that's also really interesting, um, if you know the movie The Exorcist, I've actually I've actually been in the house where it happened. Little fun fact, it happened in St. Louis. Um, but a lot of it took place, like a lot of the issues took place in a hospital, which is no longer a hospital. Now I believe it is owned by the college, and the floor it happened on is just inaccessible due to multiple reasons, and has been turned into a place just not to go because several reports that let with like people getting injuries and stuff. And funnily enough about the house, it's mainly the stairs that like you feel this just weight when you're on the stairs of that house. And it's terrifying. And I love it. Like, that's the type of person I am. I'm the type of person that's like, oh, it's terrifying, but I freaking love it. Like, I don't mind scary stuff to an extent. I like learning about it. Like, there's explanations to everything. Whether they're explanations that are scientifically accurate, though, is not always the case, because sometimes you just don't have a good explanation for it. And that's what's fun to learn about. The stuff that sometimes doesn't have, like, explanations, because you get all sorts of, like, these feelings and stuff that are just really cool. But you also get to experience all these different things. It's really fun. Because I have gotten to see so many things I never would have gotten to see just because I have so many people in my life that I can, like, talk to about some of this stuff, but also see. And, like, it's been fun being able to do that type of stuff. Movie, though, for me just got, like, hella dry, because every time friend watch horror movie, it's always a movie I've seen at least 400 times by now. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, in terms of, like, the actual Conjuring that happened in real life, that's a whole separate thing that was actually more terrifying. But the movie was not. The movie was very stale. Like, I will agree with you on that. It is a very stale movie. Skeleton Commando. Then it's Rusty Armor Bones. Then Hell Armor, Blue Armor, Rusty. Okay, so then it would be Hell. So it'd be Hell Armor, then Rusty. So Hell Armor, Rusty. And then Bone Lee, Paladin, Darkcaster, Diabolus. Bone Lee, Paladin, Darkcaster, Diabolus, Necromancer. Diabolus, Necromancer, and then Cursed Skull, Giant Cursed Skull, Dungeon Spirit. Necromancer, Diabolus, Cursed Skull, Giant Cursed Skull. Dungeon Spirit. So, and then between the Lava Slime is nothing. Bone Serpent. So yeah, this is just gonna be off, so I will just leave this empty. And I just gotta kind of remember. 50-50 I'll remember. I'm very forgetful when it comes to stuff like that. Because when it's, like, not, like, big experiences and stuff, I can forget for a long-ass time. Oh, and I just threw it away. Doesn't matter. But, like, I've gotten pretty used to, like, some of that scary, quote-unquote, scary stuff. Because it's, like, after a point, you've seen it enough times, you're just like, oh, wow, so scary. And then you have experiences that, or you have, like, in my case, experiences where it's like, this is nothing compared to the actual, like, terror I have felt before. Like, that's another thing that's just kind of happens. I mean, it's still fun. Like, I do like to watch horror movies here and there, because there are some good ones. Or just being able to read just scares easily. Oh, yeah. Like, there's some great horror books out there, too. Like, I can like, for example, a great horror writer that I can think of off the top of my head, Stephen King. Like, but that's an obvious one. But in general, I really do enjoy those. You do hate when there's zero build-up to those. They're kind of only things that get you up. Yeah, there are so many that have, like, zero build-up, and it's just the same things over and over. and it gets so boring. Like, I personally really enjoy horror, and I enjoy reading. But I have experienced so many that are done so badly that I have become numb to it, where it's just like, oh, wow. Like, because I've I'm relatively good at being able to read like certain story beat types. Like, oh, this person must be related to this person. If you listen to their stories, they're very similar. Or this person probably is evil, etc. Like, and part of that is just because I read so much and I world build and create my own stories with D&D that I've just gotten used to it and can usually see it really well. And sometimes I have to physically stop myself from looking into that type of stuff so it surprises me. Because, like, I've gotten pretty used to it. And that's just something that kind of happens. Like, for example, one of the things I have planned for D&D, I want to do this whole arc with the one player's mother character who is dead and have her face her undead mother, because that would be cool. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that. I want to add like those little bits here and there, because I know right now they're dealing with the fear, like they're dealing with fear and all this other crap that's in the Feywild. Because yeah, ads. Oh wow, it's over the normal time I normally do, but I can go long today because I don't have to work till 3. Hell yeah. But the ads should finish soon. Ads be that way. But yeah, I don't think we are going to be finishing that story anytime soon. So I am just going to fix that, and boom. Yeah, because I don't think we're going to finish that story anytime soon, because I am on a whole other thing right now out of my own stuff. Oh, there we go. The ad should be back soon. So that's a good thing. I mean, at least it helped support this, so it could be worse. It helps support this type of stuff, and it's... Because, I usually need money for other stuff. And being able to just have this naturally, like, make money in my own hobby that I can use it to increase my hobby and, like, do more with it is so cool. Definitely one of those things I want to do more. Is just improve hobby stuff. Also, we have so many paladin shields now. Ad should be done soon. A few seconds. You know, of all the games I've played, Bestiary is just one of those that, even when the ads come, like, half the time I do notice it. But other half I don't. Oh, boy. I need to figure out how some of those other Twitch streamers get it to announce in chat when ads are going on, because that would be so useful. Oh my gosh, if I could do that, that would help so much. Like, because that's one of the things with ads. They just kind of have to be there. Twitch does not really let you not do it unless you use certain tags. But it's like, I personally just don't talk about politics. Like, I just prefer not to for many reasons. And it would require me having to put those tags, and it's like, nope. But it'd be that way. The ad break should be up, though, so I can actually go on with what I was talking about beforehand. And I'm trying to remember what that was. Oh yeah. Thankfully, I don't have work until 3. Thank God. So I actually get to, like, nerd out about stuff on stream for a bit longer if I want. Because normally I end at 12 my time. Bro has ad time memorized. Oh, yeah. Because the max it can be is 3:30 in terms of time. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. And the reason I can remember that is because I'm pretty good about it. But also you can see it like on the point when it hits 60 seconds in the thing, but of course, without having it up, it's also like because like I'm getting better at remembering what it is, but then there's times when you're playing a game and it's like you're so focused and inbound, you just completely lose track of time. Like, and that happens a lot for me, especially in like some of the games I've played, like Little Nightmares, for example. And then there's times in Little Nightmares where it's like I get completely knocked out because I accidentally tab out because for some reason it lets your mouse go off the screen, which has always been weird to me. Another one is Minecraft, because it's like I'll be spending hours building something and just be like, oh shit, it's almost time? What? Like, that happens a lot. I will say, though, we are getting a lot of these. I can put a Dungeon Spirit banner down, though. So we do have some strength against quite a few enemies now. Have we killed a sniper yet? Blue armored bones. I don't see a skeleton sniper in here. So that's something we're gonna have to keep in mind. Because I know the skeleton sniper is one. Oh shit, we do not have a lot left. I guess we do, and I'm just blind, which is very possible. Because I am very much like I have very bad vision. So what is left in this? I am so glad that I can actually like look at the list here. On like the Terraria wiki. So I can see 336, which is Bone Biter, Dark Mummy, Vile Ghoul, a Vile Ghoul, which are all from the Corruption one. But to get that, we're gonna need to make the other world into hard mode and then make houses to get the steampunker and stuff like that. So that's something we're gonna have to remember. Or we're gonna have to create it ourselves, which is a whole other issue entirely. 376 is the fungo fish. Accidentally close a tab? Don't worry. Yeah, I do that a lot too. Like, I'm just one of those people who will do that on accident and be like, oh shit, what did I do? And then it's just like, oh wait. Oh, thanks for the follow, Demin. Welcome on into the labyrinth. I hope you enjoy your stay and have a wonderful time. But yeah, oh god, avoid that. But yeah, I am very much that type of way where it's like, oops. I do so much stuff on accident. Like, I'm the type of person to fall down the stairs only to knock myself out after falling up the stairs. Because there was a time I fell up the stairs, fell back down, and then knocked myself out. Ooh, we got the Paladin banner. Oh, thank God. So that is After Dark Caster. Where is the skeleton sniper? Oh, there it is. So actually, so there would be one more. I just need to move these back by one. And then it would be Bonely, Paladin. So Bonely, Paladin, Hell to the yes. I love when I get to knock something off my list because it's just like, finally. That's one of the nice things about it. Okay, let us sell a bunch of stuff. Don't need that, 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 or those, or that, or that, or that, or these. Nice. And then I can just whomp. Because I don't have an extra bone feather yet, but now I do. But yeah, I have played a lot of Terraria in my life. Like, just in general. Way too much. Let's actually use this chance to... Oh. Because this is the other world that we've had to use. And since we're going to need to do corruption stuff, let's just quickly do this. Because this should help a lot by making a house. Okay. So I'm just going to need to... Because we're going to need to go all the way to hard mode, which easier said than done. I don't remember how to create those damn houses. I'll just create the small box houses at this point. Like, I don't have enough care. Because I know it needs to have a door. And then I can go 1, 2, 3, 4. And it is specifically 10 long. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, wait, no, I just miscounted. And then I can do this. And then that. Because the only two I'm gonna need... Because I'm probably gonna need another. Just because of the nurse existing. And that is, like, the biggest issue. But that should not be too bad. Thankfully. And then I can do this. And then bump. And up, 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 up. Okay. And then I can go like this. Hot take, but you dislike nurse healing during boss fight. Oh, definitely. Like, it's very easy to cheese. Like, it's definitely one of those things that's, like, it makes it so easy to cheese bosses. Like, I don't usually use it unless it's, like, an event. But when I do use it during a boss fight, it's usually when I'm playing multiplayer and the boss is just, like... And it's, like, I need to get back to the boss. Because it's just, like, well, shit. 1, 2... Because it's like, yeah, that's the point. You need to get back to the boss when you're in multiplayer because your friend will get annoyed otherwise. Like, that's usually how I feel. But yeah, let me just get these going because we're gonna need a house for each of them. And because this is a small world, that stuff spreads quickly. But I'm not too worried. Because we need a house for the guide, a house for the steampunker, and more. On this episode of Dragon Ball Z. Okay, making sure everything is right. Because, like, if I do this, I can at least, like, keep them from being too high up. Okay. And then I need 1, 2. Boom. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn it. I'm 1 off. But that is okay. Because I can at least place chairs. Am I doing it like this purposefully? Yes. Because I just want it to look a little different. I'm gonna need walls and much more. Okay, and then okay, and then I need one door and a bunch of walls. There we go. And then we can make spots for each of them, because the only ones we're gonna guarantee are the nurse and guide and merchant. Those three are guaranteed, really, right now because of what I have on me. Which is kind of annoying, but it happens. Then we need to get down to hell with the guide voodoo doll and get this into hard mode. And I think what I might do, just so we aren't dealing with that, is just not worry. And if things happen, things happen. And I can just easily, like, do this, for example, to help stop the spread. But let us drop down. And I can always, like, expand that upwards. Yeah, because this is where we were farming the salamander. And we can easily farm other stuff without issue. Like the voodoo demons. Let's just get our way down to hell. Don't need to worry about a stylist, so we'll just keep moving, grooving, shamoving, as some may say. I'm just happy I don't have to work until 3 because it's like normally I work after stream because I have my schedule in a specific way. So it's nice not having to work for a while longer because yeah. What do I do for work? I do graphic design as a independent contractor basically for a company because they needed other people and it helps. So and it's like I do t-shirt designs and other stuff for people usually, like company logo designs. Like that's what I do. It's flexible, thankfully, and it makes something. It helps me do stuff at least. Don't know why I just did that. Let's get one of those voodoo demons to spawn. Do do do. 2 enemies nearby. I see a hellbats. Okay. It's not hard for a voodoo demon to summon, but as soon as I get one, we're going. I don't have a mechanical boss, but that shouldn't be bad. We also are going to have to deal with the Dryad either way. Actually, thinking about it, I should have an extra guide voodoo doll. I just thought about that. Womp. And then, boom. I have a guide voodoo doll. I should probably grab something I can easily kill. Destroyer would definitely not be it because I suck at the destroyer fight. But with what I have, it shouldn't be as bad, hopefully. Keyword is hopefully there. Okay, so those 2 will allow me to summon the steampunker, hopefully. And hope for salamander. It's funny how I named it similar to how Terraria worlds are actually kind of named. Like, not even thinking. Because I've seen some weird-ass Terraria world names that just appear because it's like, oh yeah, this is one of the names. And it just catches you off guard because it's like, wait, what? Oh, I see. I was like, wait a minute. My brain, like, completely forgot what I did. Because I can easily kill both of them before time is up. And Wall of Flesh be gone. And then I can do this. Wait, Dark Harvest. I forgot. Oh, that helps a lot. I always forget how useful the Dark Harvest is against this. There we go. Now the Steampunker will be able to spawn. To remember that this is what this world is. Oh shit, I should have grabbed a bed to speed up time. Being able to switch between worlds helps. Don't need that, but I will do that. Because I do want to keep the summoner accessory at least. And then I need this. Do I have a bed? Sofa. I don't know if I do. Where? Chairs, table, paintings, hives, honey, moss, rainbow, light decor, dye materials, paint and coating, Christmas trees. Oh, there it is. Silk. So I need silk and dynasty. Sure, that works. Because I need to make a bed. Okay, and then boom. And then boom. And we got the blood moon. I mean, being able to do this helps so much. Because what I'm going to do is just grab what we need. And then I will do whatever is needed after. I'm also going to do this so we don't get knocked out of our sleeping thing. Perfect. Okay. Because that speeds up the daytime to the daytime where we can have things spawn. And we're going to need the Steampunker to spawn. Then we can skip to night easy. And boom. Easy as pie. It's always nice when that stuff happens. Oh, I never realized that moved faster. More you know, I guess. That zombie just got obliterated. Because, yeah, we've just... I am surprised there... I mean, we've killed the Wall of Flesh in this world. And the Destroyer. Oh, there goes that guy. So, that at least... Okay, it's daytime. Let's see, where... Oh, shit. I didn't realize that's right there. Let's just, since we're gonna have to wait for her to spawn, let's just do this. Because this should at least help in terms of causing it to not spread. That's my hope. Okay. Because, yeah, if we can do... Because while we do this, she'll have a chance to spawn. Because once the Steampunker spawns, then we don't need to worry. We can just make it nighttime slowly, and from there, do whatever we so choose. Okay, slowly going down. Green jellyfish. That is something we need in our base world, too. Okay, now for the other two. Perfect. Because I can just hold this, and we can just go up. And I might make it one wider just to make doubly sure it doesn't spread. Because the one thing that can cause spread, that a lot of people forget about, is those thorns that kind of come out. And those can be dangerous. Like, if the hollow takes over, the hollow takes over. I don't care about the hollow. I care about the corruption taking over. Because that makes it so they can't move in. And that's what I care about the most in this case. Okay. Nothing yet? Okay. Because I know it takes 6 wide, so it can't spawn. But making it extra is going to be more useful with the vines and stuff that can come out. And I believe the grass blocks can cause issues as well. Like, there's a lot of things that can just, boom, now you have an issue. Like, way too much. Merchant, damn it. That's one of the things that can arrive. But now it means she's more likely to arrive. Looking at the good parts of this. Also, I really don't need the pawn hammer. I've gotten quite a few of those. And come on. There goes the boulder and that. Okay. Let us see. I don't need that. I want to save that for when she's here. Merchant's in his place. Let's check over this way, because the hollow should be over here. But there's also corruption. It depends which hit first, I guess. The answer is corruption, so we should probably do this side as well. Shit. That at least helps. With this side. We just need to make sure that we take care of this better. Because I'd rather not deal with the corruption being worse. Because that can be a pain in the butt. Okay. Because the sand only hurts us in this case. Damn it. Oh, this is, you can see it's corrupted here. You can see where the corruption is there because of the, yep, there it is, the hard mode V. Shit. Yeah, this is at a point it is unsavable from here. So we're gonna have to move to a different spot. And I think here is probably our best chance. And unironically, these are useful for not getting the top part to spread in case something comes over. Because there's the nurse, which is one less. So we still have the Dryad, Guide, and Steampunker that can spawn throughout today in game. If they don't spawn, they don't spawn, and that becomes a nuisance, but things happen. Let's just hope. Okay. So I'm gonna probably want to go far down with this one. Because if the corruption takes over, we're screwed. Because, yeah. Because that is one of my biggest worries. I really didn't think we'd be doing so much, but here we are. Because I know, like, I will wait until she appears, if need be. Yeah, you can see the corruption right there. Oh, that is... Arms dealer? Oh no, bombs. Wait, I have ammo! So the arms dealer can spawn. Not a lot of people know that. It doesn't matter if you have a gun or not. If you have ammo, he will spawn. I forgot about that. Okay. And then it goes like this. There we go. 1, 2. There we go. Okay, and then I can do this. I need to make more space for her at this point. I don't know if they can spawn while you're in the place or not off the top of my head. It's been because I don't remember. So I could always sleep and just hope, but yeah, I need to make more beds. Not beds, houses. I'm gonna make, because we also have a chance of the party girl spawning. So because of sake of even. Okay. Yep. I need to mine a bunch of trees real quick. Okay. You know, it's crazy that I hadn't seen the dirtiest block until I started doing this series. Like, I only knew it existed in, like, a form. I just never realized how to get it until we started doing this series. Because I had seen it before on a YouTube channel. I believe it was Chaos? Ah, that's a name I remember very well. Guides here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And what a surprise. Most of this is taken up. And you know what? I think I'm going to do it like this on this side. And because my OCD is the way it is, I need to fix it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And a bunch of walls. Boom. 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 And then I can do this. Boom. 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 Then I can do this. And then I will add the torches afterwards, because that is the other thing we're going to need. And then I'm just going to quick sleep. Okay. Come on. There we go. The fact we're doing all of this just for the frickin' corruption stuff is just insane. Because we're almost to that point. And that's so nice. Because once we get everything else, then I'm going to kill Moonlord. That's the plan. Because I want to get all that beforehand, so when we kill Moonlord and farm for his trophy, that we have a truly, like, glorious time in terms of just Steampunker! No! She's dead! She freaking jumped off the edge like, nope. They were too excited to see me. Like, she was like, no, they are way too excited to see me. And just, dye trader arrived. Because I'm wearing a dye. I forgot about dyes. It's just hilarious when an NPC just jumps off the edge like that. So Steampunker's up there. Okay. Because we're going to have to, like, vanish for a period and then... Oh, zoologist. Because our bestiary stuff. Because I forgot. This has a bestiary still. And we've seen quite a lot from our farming here. Because of course. As well as completed a lot. And each new NPC is another entry in this world. Because it doesn't carry over. The painter. Because there's too many. Because there's already enough people. Oh, apparently a wyvern tried to attack me. I am buying so much of this. Ooh, a decay chamber. Anyway, this world is now done. I don't know if I'll need that world ever again, but if I do, I do. If not, cool. Where's the arena? Arena, and then we have crafting furniture that gets added. And now, look at that. We have the corruption stuff. Woohoo! Either way, it's already past that time, and I know I have to work at 3, but if you're not already part of it, !dislab, and damn it, I misspelled it. Dislab, where we have our Discord. I announce if I'm sick, when I stream, and if anything interesting is going on, etc. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. CST. The reason I call it Dislab is because of bots. Because there are some bots that will do the !Discord automatically. But for the days I don't stream, Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays at 8 a.m. CST, !YouTube, where we have the VOD channel, where I upload all the VODs onto the VOD channel. We have our Terraria series, Minecraft series, Okami, and much, much more. I try to keep it relatively okay. I know we're backlogged into February already, so yeah. So if I'm sick and stuff, I try to remember to put something on there, etc. as well. I am going to send you guys off somewhere. Let's see who is streaming. None of my friends are, so nothing to worry about there. Let's see. Ooh, there's a lot of stuff. I'm seeing a lot of people are playing modded today. Someone's doing a spears only challenge. Ooh, someone's having their first playthrough. I'm gonna send you over there. Just remember, don't backseat, let them enjoy their time. Spread the joy, as always, because spreading joy is always amazing. And always stay awesome. I'll see you guys next week. Bye, chat. And that should send over.